Hey.
Hurrah!
Hi, Internet. Except people aren't here in the People aren't here in the game.
Yeah,
Everything is so empty.
they'll be here shortly. Give them a sec.
Oh, do we not have?
Wait, where's Ossel?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Do we
I'm
not?
right here.
Oh, you're not in the.
You're not in game.
I'm logging in.
Okay.
All right, just making sure. It should not take very long because it was a lot of downtime stuff. But who would like to recap last session?
Hopefully somebody else, because my notes were lost.
You lost
For the most
all
part.
your notes?
Not all my notes, but like I had to rewrite the ones from last time from memory, and that.
Oh, I was gonna
Probably
say that would have. I did not know that. That would have sucked. Like
Yeah,
if you
I
lost
would've-
all your notes, I would have been like, "Wow."
Oh, I would have. This computer would not exist anymore if that had happened.
I beat up an old man, and now I can set my extremities on fire. There's my. There's my...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds right for you.
Technically a true statement. I like to think that it was a little bit deeper than that. When you come into a more spiritual.
Also, Calcaria fucking sucks.
But...
There you go.
Also, I think it was technically an old dwarf, not an old man.
Well, I mean, it's an old dwarf man. Still.
Yeah. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive, being a dwarf or a man.
I'm a dwarf. I'm a man. Maybe I'm a dwarf man. You still tractor!
As well as much infrastructure on the island. And was it last session that you guys murdered that poor prisoner of yours, or was that?
No, that was a previous.
That was the previous session. Okay.
Yeah, previous session.
That
poor spy.
Spy trying to get us all killed.
You don't have evidence of that.
Yes, we do.
We totally did.
Yeah.
From her head.
Yes, we did pretty much end, however, with Mel beginning her journey back to Aspida, which is going to take a minute. Specifically, without any sort of delays, you would arrive back on June 18th. We are going to pick up on January 20, or not January. Wow, that would be really far away. April 28th. We're going to pick up on April 28th as Ossel. You are expecting a large contingent of dwarves to arrive on April the 28th. You have given special instructions like several times throughout the week beforehand to the rangers who have watch duty on the Western Island to keep an eye out. And you have a special alert signal set up. You sent Ravina over there to essentially, as soon as she sees them, come and let you know. The sun rises and sets on the 28th without their arrival. This is not like a huge deal. They could have just gotten delayed weather, they don't have you navigating and steering, so it's, hard for... Oh, by the way, as part of your I forgot to mention this, as part of your increase for your natural explorer and stuff, much like your abilities extend to your party that are traveling with you, your abilities now extend to any ships that are traveling in a fleet with you.
Sweet.
So, as including like reduced travel time and all that. But anyway, it's not a huge deal though, as of yet. It could be any manner of reasons why. I mean, it's a long journey, right? It could be any manner of reasons. Like one of the times they stopped on a coastline, the hunting could have been bad, or something. Like it's generally speaking, these things are like in a especially back in these days. This isn't FedEx where you give a day. It's like,
Also, I realized I don't know if I've been.
where
have
you
I
give
been
like a
pronouncing
week
that right?
time.
Is it
L
phase or
is
is
giving
it
me heart
phase?
palpitations because you're like,
or is
well,
it
here's
something
the
else?
surgery.
Hopefully
80%
I'm
of
getting that
people
right. I don't want to mispronounce.
live, but the people that live through the surgery kind of living in excruciating pain for the rest of their life, and then the other 10% just die. So I'm trying
Hopefully
not to
it's going
panic, and I'm going 80%. They're gonna make it. It's gonna be fine. There's no way that 10,000 dwarves could just disappear off the face of the ocean. It's impossible.
Of course, absolutely. April 29th, however, as it comes, as you guys all are in the midst of doing your various downtime duties that we discussed previously, sort of off stream after Mel signed off last week, while this is all going on, the 29th arrives, and you have the official ribbon cutting for the mill and granary over by the marketplace that is still under construction. As members of the ruling council that are here on the island are invited to activate the first turn of the to essentially lower the water wheel into the river as an official ceremony kind of thing. Does anybody accept the invitation?
Sure, let's go.
Just Donald?
Are we gonna cut a rope?
Sure.
Or
Yeah, there's an official you're gonna essentially chop a rope, and the water wheel will lower into the stream and essentially catch and start rotating is the idea of the whole ceremony.
yeah, sure, that'll be fun.
Sure, why not?
You guys all go. Who cuts the rope? Who do you guys choose to actually cut the rope? As there's this big ceremony that's going on. A couple of the leaders of the community say some words, and then invite you up to say a couple words and cut the rope.
We
I nominate Donald.
we said Tunnel or Farah. Farah with her giant hammer, or Tunnel, period.
I was also going to nominate Donald, so let's go.
Hey, Rinia, how you
Donald,
doing? Thanks so much for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome to D&D, everybody. Wolfie, how you doing?
And show the rope to you.
I don't know why I do this since
And everybody's kind of looking at you, waiting for you to say a couple words.
I fucking hate you guys out of character.
You gain a point of piety, however, for that.
Okay, sure, I'll take it. Hello.
Hey, hello, it's just Tara. Welcome. What were you streaming? Hopefully it was a good.
All right.
Yep. Oh, we can hear you. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah. Well, I also heard a bloodum noise for somebody joining the call and was confused.
Yeah, I lost audio and had to rejoin.
Okay, no worries.
Breath of the Wild, nice.
Well,
welcome to D&D, y'all.
On this day, we commemorate the opening of this grand new mill to aid us in further growing our great country on this lovely island we all now call home. I am happy that you are all here to join us, and I wish that you all stay here with us for many years to come, and continue lending your strength to this endeavor. And then I will attempt to cut the ribbon.
First, make a persuasion check for me, or a performance check, your choice. There is a big roar and round of applause as everybody gives a big. There's loud clapping and yeah. As the crowd is stirred by your words, the encouraging tone of it, and make a. You can make a attack roll.
Great. I don't know if I'm proficient with hand axes.
I don't believe druids are. However, they are considered light, so you can use dexterity or strength.
Oh, thank fucking Christ. Okay.
Roll damage. It's a d6 plus your modifier.
Not bad,
7.
not
bad. You swing, and in one strike, you find like the perfect spot to hit the rope, where it's at its weakest. The wheel slowly lowers down into its socketed place, catches the stream, and starts turning as the first of the grain in the wheel starts to be ground down, and there's a big cheer that comes up from the crowd.
This is our sort of Greco-Roman campaign. We own an island.
Yeah.
So
cool.
we're steadily building it up like civilization style.
Donald, as you guys are all there kind of like mingling, finds you. The one-handed. He finds you, or you find him kind of in the crowd as you're all mingling. And he says, "Oh, Donald, I wanted to ask. I was wondering if I could talk to you for a minute."
Of course, sir.
So I had a little bit of a concern. I was talking with some people in town, and the market's almost done. So's my smith shop. I don't mean to be stereotypical or nothing, but dwarves are quite skilled and adept smiths. I'm a little worried that they might cut in on my business if you with so many of them influxing into the population.
The dwarves are coming here primarily to learn specifically how to farm. They're not. There are going to be 10,000 of them. We're going to have a bit more smithing business. They might cut into a little bit of your business with the dwarves, but specifically the clan that's coming down is learning how to farm. They're not coming down here to learn how to smith. That's something that dwarves are quite familiar with already, as you're aware as well as I am. They're coming down here to... Sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, no, you were talking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They're coming down here specifically to learn how to do something that they can't do where they're from.
Yeah, but I figure they probably fall back on, I'm just saying, I don't know. It's just there were some people at the Sunset Deck the other night. They were making some good points about, the influx of that kind of population and maybe cutting into some of the established businesses that were kind of here from the beginning. I don't know.
They're also going... They might do that, but they're also going to bring a whole lot of new demand for services as well. If they're out there farming all day, then there's no way that they can smith enough to cut into your business, and they're going to need everything that everybody else has needed on the island as well. They're going to need materials to...
I'm sorry, I was just reading chat. Sorry.
They're going to need materials to build their homes. They're going to need metal workers like yourself who are already established in the community. They're going to need all the same things as everybody else.
All right, I guess I was worrying for nothing. I don't know.
It's if you're worried, you can always come talk to me.
Well, I appreciate that. And as we kind of dissolve away from that, Artanis, as you're kind of mingling in and amongst the people shortly after the ceremony, Galder comes over. Galder of Chalk, your mason, kind of comes over and as you guys are kind of like rubbing elbows and everything, and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really bad. Was it something of the arcane? Your Archon. That's right, Archon. Archon Artanis. Would you mind if I bent your ear for a minute?
Of course.
So these dwarves are supposed to be coming in, right? And so I was, dwarves are known for their stonesmithing skills and whatnot, and I was a little concerned. There was some talk down at the Sunset Deck a little bit. Some people were bringing up some good points about them might because a lot of the community leaders, we've been here since the very beginning, and if these guys come in and kind of with the marketplace almost being finished and everything, some of us were a little concerned about the skill sets they were bringing and if they might kind of be taking advantage of a situation that the groundwork's already been laid, and so those. I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
That's okay. It's understandable to have these concerns. What we're doing here is a grand task, and we're hoping that everybody here and the dwarves that are coming can work together to create something even greater. But look over there, and I point to my restored tower.
Way off in the distance.
Yeah. It wasn't the dwarves that helped restore that, was it?
That's like, I'm just double checking right now from where you guys are at. That's like,
But isn't it like at like the peak of a mountain or something? Like
no, it sure is. It's like way though. Like that's
okay. Well, then I'll point to the keep.
oh, keeps. Probably better off pointing to the temple.
Sure. I will point to any number of the buildings.
Yes.
Currently constructed.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying that's like each square on the map is like 3 miles. So, like mill to tower, that's what's 3 times 75. I'm 3 times 15. Sorry.
45.
That's 45 miles away. So I don't know if that's.
Yeah. No, but I mean the point is.
I get what you're. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so specific.
Look at this temple. Look at all the enormous and foundational buildings that have been stood up here. These are the backbone and foundation of the society we're looking to build. And they will be monuments to what we look to achieve. And every time people look at them, who helped create them? I think you've got advertising for your business built into everything around here that that everybody looks to for support and leadership.
Oh, that's a good point. I guess I hadn't thought about it that way. I don't know. There was these people at the Sunset Deck. They were making some good points. It was maybe I was just a little too into my cups.
Well, it's understandable that anybody would have their concerns, right? But for us to continue to build on what we've been doing, we have to make sure we're open and willing to work with others and invite more to grow and participate in this nation that we're building. And that's going to require a willingness to find ways to synergize. These people that were raising some concerns, were they have any particular concerns of their own? Maybe I could go talk to them.
I think they were sailors, fishermen or something. I don't remember. I don't remember really catching their name. I mean, I wasn't talking to them directly. It was just, we were kind of, it was, it was just kind of like how it is at the Sunset Deck. Everybody's talking to everybody and, winding down at the end of the day.
Of course.
I think they might be newer arrivals to the island, actually.
Do you know about how recent?
I'm not sure. They're fishermen, so I think it's the first time I met them. Though they seem to know some other people around the tavern.
Good to know. Well, my
I don't know. They could have been like small scale
hydrating.
merchants that were just kind of passing through too.
Sure.
I got my gamer sups.
Hopefully, my compatriots and I can, with our time here, continue to ease the concerns of those around. But as one of the community leaders, I count on you to help spread the message of optimism and finding solutions rather than drowning in concerns.
He kind of just smiles and sips at the refreshments that were there as we dissolve away to Farah. As one of your newer friends that you met spending so much time in the woods hunting down redcaps is Aranel, the woodwright, who she and her sisters are basically most of your timber production on the island. And she kind of finds you in the crowd and says, ma'am, I was wondering if I could talk to you for a second, woman to woman.
Absolutely. What is the question?
I just all these dwarves are going to be arriving soon, and I understand that they're quite skilled at timber and logging and shipbuilding. And you see as Captain Phoebos kind of moves over behind her and says, we were just a little concerned. We've kind of well, they're have very specific skill sets, and they're arriving to an island. I forget. Stop! You're distracting me with all the chats. They're arriving to the island soon, and we're concerned that they might kind of. We've put a lot of time into building our businesses here, and we're kind of concerned that these dwarves might be kind of coming to siphon off all the hard work that we've done.
How could they siphon off the work that you have done when there is so much work to be done? There is so much left to do.
That's what we're saying. If they come in now,
if they are skilled at what they do, they might be able to provide some education, and you might be able to collaborate and learn and do things better together. Why would this ever be a bad thing?
Well, the marketplace is almost open, and we're going to be able to start trading, and we're finally probably going to start seeing profit.
Are you concerned that your product is inferior?
I don't think that's the case. Dwarves are renowned for their
if your product is not inferior, then there is nothing for you to worry about. If you are competitive, then you will be able to hold your own in the market.
No, that's true. I have more confidence. We were just at the Sunset Deck, and some people were talking, and they were making some good.
Which people?
I'm not sure who they were. I think they're relative newcomers to Aspida, or they might have been just passing through. One of the benefits of a harbor tavern, lots of new visitors and guests.
I see.
Who the fuck's passing through our tavern?
It's not our tavern. It's the one at the marina.
I know, but thoughts for later. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're right. We should have more confidence in our product and our ability. I guess these people were just, it was talking about market shares and keeping out competition, and I don't know.
Anyone who tries to tell you that you are at a disadvantage wants you to believe that you are at a disadvantage so that they can help you. They want you to believe that you need something from them. You don't. You need nothing but your own will and your own ability. And if someone is trying to convince you that you need otherwise, they probably have an ulterior motive.
No, that's, you know what? That's as we dissolve away from the agreement at the end of that conversation, the 29th comes and goes, and still no dwarves have arrived.
Artanis, do you want to send to them? Because Ossel's mom is with them, right?
Yeah.
You could send to her.
I'll send to Ossel's mom, whose
that?
name I can look up here.
What's her mother's name?
I know her name.
She's only said it about 3,000 times in this campaign.
Wait, why isn't she listed under?
I know her name.
Okay.
Torga the Three-Eyed.
Torga the Three-Eyed. That's correct.
Yeah. Where's her character thing?
She doesn't have one as of yet. I haven't put hers together yet. I was waiting for them to arrive at the island. Well, I could probably do hers, but the Tidebreaker family has like 13 people in it, so I wasn't gonna do one for each of them. I could probably do one for her, though.
I'm sorry you made a world where dwarves fuck like rabbits because we go and die in a hole.
I'm just saying.
It's so hard, Bill.
I've got limited time in the day.
Make character sheets right now. Go.
I'm sorry. You're right. I apologize. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Artanis.
I'll send to Torga and say, how is your journey going? We and Ossel in particular are very eager for your arrival.
You get a response that just says, we got held up as we entered the Sun Sea, but we should be arriving within the next several days.
I'll burn another sending and say, well, we hope that the rest of your journey is peaceful.
And she says, as do we.
And I will pass along what she said. Did I get from her tone that, like, something's up?
Make an insight check.
19 plus... 0. 19.
19? You got the sense that she was keeping a stiff upper lip, as there's probably information she wants to exchange with her daughter in person and face-to-face, not through an intermediary.
Okay. Also, they'll be here in a few days, but her tone sounded like she had information she was trying to keep to herself. Maybe you want to talk to her as soon as she arrives.
I plan on it. I don't know if you remember or not, but she doesn't even know about Thorin yet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, she's a diviner, so maybe she does.
I mean, I kind of figured somebody would have told her.
They left to head south to Aspida as soon as the votes and everything happened. So there's a good to fair chance that they are unaware.
Oh, I figured it would have gone out with the news that the vote happened.
Well, that happened. Well, it
doesn't matter.
Yeah, the timing of it. They left.
Wibbly bobbly.
Yeah, they left they left before you guys arrived back at Gimdarul. Started heading south.
Okay.
Because of the sending messages you exchanged and the information that they knew was going to arrive at a certain. It's complicated, but don't worry about it. I'm not going to get into all of it right now.
Magic makes time strange.
Yeah. But anyway.
So what, Artanis, like a week? 5 days? 9 days? What?
She said a few days, right?
Yeah, she said within the next few days.
Yeah, she wasn't specific, but she made it sound relatively soon.
Did you tell her she needs to land on the east side of the island? Because that's where their port is, or?
I did not. I can certainly do that.
And just dwarves are kind of known for like rocking up on any shore. It's what longboats do. So I just don't want her like landing on the south side of the island and have to walk through the woods and be like, oh great, now I have to walk all the way back through the woods that's filled with red caps. And then
I will send to her again and make sure she knows where the port is.
Okay. She gives you sort of like all right, kind of like that feeling of like, I'm done texting now. Like,
oh damn.
Not super harsh, but just she tells you thank you for the information. It's a very polite kind of thank you for the information. I'll be sure to relay it to the pilots. It is, however, May 2nd, before they arrive. As Ravina comes to warn you, as you have plenty of time to go meet them at the dock, as they're going to have to sail around the island. But as you arrive, and they arrive at the docks, there are, as I said, 10 ships that are loaded down. However, make a perception check for me, also.
It's natural 16 plus perception is 7, so 23.
4.
24.
Right.
As they're coming in, a couple of the ships, you notice some scorch marks. As though there might have been some like torches or flaming arrows that hit into the side of a couple. And as they get closer towards the dock, you can see your mother is standing at the prow of one, and just behind her, you can see on several of your siblings and family members holding up on like a wooden, almost like a stretcher type thing, some sort of body that is wrapped in a cloth. And you start doing a scan of faces. You start doing a scan of faces, and you do not see Hiri's face.
Oh shit. Okay. Like they're like coming in, but they're not on the dock yet.
Yeah, no, they're like coming into dock.
All right, that's not.
It's like if you remember the scene from Game of Thrones where Jaime arrives back with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like you notice when they're still like they haven't quite docked yet. There's still.
I'm just gonna hope for the best and just keep my chin up.
As they dock, your mother kind of locks eyes with you at a certain point, and as they dock, and your family carrying the stretcher kind of exits right behind your mother as she comes up to you, and before saying anything, just kind of gives you a big hug and says, "Your brother has been foolish again? Is that why he's not here to greet me as well?"
We have a lot to talk about.
I knew something was wrong.
Who's
You're right, we do have quite a bit to talk about. Call your friends. Take me to your keep.
Okay. I had a whole ceremony planned, but I could just release the dogs of war. That's fine. Yeah. Cool. I'll kind of look around and try to like. I see Dommel taking head count, and I just go, I'm not gonna open up that can of worms yet. That's gonna be a conversation for later. And I'll kind of get like Artanis and be like, we like whatever our hand signal is for like fucking group meeting now. And I do that. I'm a dwarf among dwarves. I can't not be seen.
Yeah. But you before you head to the keep, your mother explains to you that the person on the stretcher is Hiri. And that they allow a small personal, almost like canoe-like vessel that they have had prepared already, and place him wrapped up in it and begin to place keepsakes around it before they're about to push it off the dock and set it ablaze.
I take
as a good percentage of the dwarven caravan or fleet are present for this on the docks. What was meant to be and a fair portion of the population, as what was meant to be a warm greeting, has turned into a makeshift funeral ceremony. Your mother kind of steps to the front and in Dwarven says a few words to the gods that surround this domain, asking them to guide Hiri's soul to Elysium before it's pushed off and one of your other sisters fires a flaming arrow into it as it kind of alights. The crowd disperses. The majority of dwarves outside your family also begin the processes that you guys have set up with your retainers as kind of like we've been planning for this. We know exactly how we're going to do it. We're going to bring these people to the plots that we've been marking off. So all of you with your retainers there are kind of feel that it's in capable hands, and the dwarves it's going to be a process of them getting in, but you escort Horga and the rest of you escort her back to the keep where you take her into your council chambers to talk about the journey. As she says,
before you say anything, is this something that is sensitive enough to make sure we're not overheard?
if you have that capability.
And I will set up the non-detection dome.
All right. First, we don't have to go through the whole thing, obviously, but she looks at you also and asks for a deeper explanation on what's happened with Thorin. You can just say you tell her, or if you tell her the truth, if you want to tell her something else, you can tell me. But
no, I tell her in full detail everything what happened. The demon came out of a portal after offering a head. Him and his retainer were snatched, and ever since then, he's not been seen.
That's not what happened. They weren't snatched. He walked into it with the demon.
Yeah, but also doesn't believe that. Also believe that.
Okay. I'm just making sure that
a single embellishment
yeah.
of
Sure.
also sees as the highest betrayal ever.
Sure. So you weren't telling her the exact truth. You're kind of altering it slightly.
Yes.
Make a deception check. Five. Okay. As you finish the story and she kind of takes it all in, and just says, well, I guess there still might be hope. We can beseech the gods potentially for their favor. But she says, I guess you'll be curious as to what happened on our journey here. Shortly after we entered the Sun Sea off the coast of High Hill Peninsula, we were entrapped by a fleet of Calcarian triremes. They demanded to board as we were in their waters and demanded to search the ships for contraband, claiming that we might be smuggling individuals. Your brother here, how his temper is. Some words were exchanged, then some shoving, and then your brother pulled an axe and was, as he charged one of the Calcarian centurions, they killed him. As to avoid further bloodshed, I restrained the rest of our clan. They finished their search, having found nothing, and left.
Sorry.
I always knew your brother's temper would get him killed.
Also, just biting the inside of her lip until like a little bit of blood starts to draw, and she just keeps going. She's just fighting, yelling something really loud.
I just hope that inner rage doesn't kill two of my sons. Seems to be a curse in the men in this family.
the whole family's there, right? It's not just.
No, this is just your mother. The rest of your family are, unloading their stuff from the ship and going to set up the homestead and everything.
It's not just the men in our family. I've heard the beckoning call as well. For some reason, I could stave it off.
When was the last time you heard it?
All right, so the fuck, this is a weird story. So there was like a giant lightning lizard. That's definitely not it. I think it was the last time that we met. That we fought Todd the Big Eater guy. I think that was the last time, right?
It was in the halls.
Oh, it was in the halls. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, so a few months ago. No, I tell her in detail.
I think it was in the Porsche fight in the Crossroads, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh no, yeah, that sounds more accurate.
And she says you haven't heard it since?
No, I gotta be pretty worked up to hear it.
It might have been in the second Porsche fight where she died, but still. I think it was in the second Porsche fight where she died, actually. If I'm not, yeah, no, it was. Sorry, but regardless. Well, keep an eye on it and come talk to me if it becomes more of an issue.
I'm sorry to interrupt, and I'm so sorry for your loss. Are you sure that during these supposed inspections they didn't leave anything behind before they left your ship?
Not that we were able to detect.
Would your people take great offense if I asked to make sure that we inspected in case anything harmful was left?
Not at all.
And I will basically send to the any of the ladies at the tower who can come and cast detect magic and help inspect stuff as it's being offloaded from the ships.
Which would be all three of them. as well as what's his butt?
Aristotle?
Aristotle, that's him. If you ask him, he loves field research,
He is slumming it.
Roughing it, not slumming it, roughing it.
Damn.
But she says not at all. And that is certainly something you can do over the next little while. They will be using the ships a bit to transport some of the heavier goods around. As next time we meet, your farmland token will probably increase in size. Or not increase in size, but have taken... Actually, I can probably just do it right. Hold on, actually.
Our farmland is now bigger than the island.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Here we go. Start invading the woodlands. Start cutting that shit down. Take it for cattle fields.
Get ready, Donald. You got a hell of a lot more to start casting your magic on.
Yeah, I know.
There. Boom. More farmland. Running out of space though. But your population's getting up there anyway, so.
Well, maybe we can annex part of Calcaria.
You could also chop down some trees on the eastern or western island and install farmland there. Anyway, as this private conversation comes to a close, we turn the time clock dial back up, as we are going to so it would be the beginning of May. We're going to jump to the end of May if there's anything you guys want to do over that time. You would have finished at this point, I believe, Artanis, you would at the beginning of May you will have probably finished both of your, or do you have that marked down for the two sending stones, 2 sets of sending stones?
I thought we said that I completed it during the last session.
Yeah, that's so you would have completed that coming into this one. So yeah, so if there's other enchanting you want to do or other stuff you guys want to do before the end of May, let me know.
So as far as enchanting goes, like probably from here until I make any significant progress, my main focus is going to be to try to figure out a way to enchant things to enhance Constitution. Other than that,
what kind of ingredients do you have that you think would lend towards that?
Let's see what I have here. I have cave troll hide, frost giant blood, and hearts. Oh, no, I don't have the hearts. I use the hearts, but I have some frost giant blood and finger and toenails. I mean, I've got green dragon blood and scales. That's everything that. Oh, and shadow dragon stuff. Bland. Hide. Yeah, that's everything that came from anything that might be strong in Constitution.
Well, much like unlocking the frost branch of the Tree of Enchantment, what is going to be your thesis project to unlock the Constitution branch of the Enchantment Tree? Let's talk it out. What kind of thing are you trying to make some sort of piece of jewelry that does something, or are you trying to craft some piece of clothing or equipment, or
yeah, some sort of ring, most likely.
Okay. A ring of Constitution improvement.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. So thesis projects like this usually take a month of enchantment, so you could do that over the course of this month of May. At the end of which I'm going to have you right now roll an Arcana check.
All right. I will guidance myself. Would Aristotle be able to give me advantage?
You. That was certainly.
All right.
As he's helping teach you.
Yes, that is good. Well, the guidance wasn't that great. Total of 27.
27. That's pretty good there.
The guidance was not that good.
The guidance was a 1. I rolled a natural 19.
So a total of 27?
Yeah.
All right. So what that's going to do for you, so you're going to have to spend money on a fancy ring. So we're going to say that that's going to cost you 500 gold pieces probably.
Donal, I need 500 gold.
Very well.
500 gold pieces for a ring of your description. As you have one of the merchants in town craft it for you from materials that you guys have. And this ring requires attunement.
Cool.
All right. And it can increase the wearer's constitution score by 2.
That is awesome. Yeah.
But not higher. But not higher than a maximum of 20.
Hey, remember when you got a book that could do that?
I'm gonna use it this time.
Without using an attunement slot.
Hey, I've learned my lesson. At the time, it seemed great. We're not getting so much use out of that book anymore.
What did he do?
I love that everything that we've killed has been dissected and taken for parts, and then Artan is like, "Oh, great book," and he goes, "Don't look the gift horse in the mouth, just throw it away."
Wow.
That is gonna. That is so. Finally, though, I need to know that is going to use the blood of either the frost giant, the green dragon, or the shadow dragon. Which one is it?
I will use the green dragon blood.
The green dragon blood?
Yeah.
You also gain resistance to poison damage.
Sweet.
With said ring. Because you rolled really, really well.
Fuck yeah.
Resistance
Depending
to
on
poison
how
and
you rolled, it was either going to fail, you get the +2 bonus, or you get the +2 bonus, and then depending on what ingredient you used with it, and unlocked an additional thing. That's kind of how your thesis projects work.
Awesome.
It's a constitution buff, and he's resistant to poison, so he can't get drunk anymore.
You've also unlocked the essentially fortitude branch of the Tree of Enchantment. So anything that would fall inside of that kind of like resistant to certain like damages, like stuff that would be associated with Constitution, like poison or cold. Cold you already kind of had, but like poison or probably thunder as well would be something that's associated with Constitution. But you open that up, and anything in the future that you describe as something you want to enchant is not necessarily something that in that branch is not something that necessarily takes a roll. It's just a matter of time and materials. Like
Awesome.
if it's something like you can come to me with something godly and I'll be like, yeah, you can do that. It's going to take you 15 years. And
Well,
50,000
I
gold
am an elf.
and 50,000 gold pieces. So it's just a matter of that going forward for both of those, the frost branch, like the cold resistance and damage branch, as well as the fortitude constitution augmentation. So stuff that might provide temporary hit points, stuff like that. You can get creative with it, but yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think you get the umbrella under which you've just unlocked stuff.
I would also.
Oh, baby!
What the fuck?
What?
I had to take my sweater off because I was getting warm.
Alexa, play Careless Whisper.
Who else has something they would like to? Oh, sorry.
More stuff. Real quick, I wanted to pull Donal aside.
Okay. Real quick though, first I'm going to have you do, Artanis, is make investigation check with advantage on the ships that you wanted to investigate, also over the course of this month.
Cool. Not as good. 16. 23.
23. You do not find, as I'm sure this is what you were looking for, any sort of arcane bugs or tracking devices.
Yep, that's exactly what I was looking for.
You do not find any, and you are fairly confident that there isn't any. You get the sense from your inspection, as well as not just looking for that, but as well as you rolled inspecting like the scorch marks and stuff. This sounds pretty similar to the descriptions you've gotten of the other ships that are being stopped and searched that are sailing in kind of around those waters.
Gotcha.
So you don't think that they were targeted? You think it was just a, they saw a bunch of ships and yeah.
Got it. Well, I can't remember the word that I was thinking of, so we'll move on.
Was it some sort of negative word to describe Calcaria?
I was trying to think of basically unreasonable search and seizure.
Oh.
Californians. Terrible.
Oh.
Their Fourth Amendment rights.
Donald.
For you, Donald, the Canadian, that means they are protected against unreasonable search and seizure of their.
I was just looking that up to see how funny that joke was.
That's amazing.
It also protects them from having to store federal soldiers in their personal home.
That's the Third Amendment.
No, I'm sorry, that's the Third Amendment. Sorry, I thought they were the same, but yeah. Sorry.
The only reason I know that is because I saw a meme the other day, and it was like, "Oh, sleep with a soldier, and then kick him out."
But anyway, Artanis, over the course of this month, I don't know how quickly after it's your meeting with Torga, but you pulled Donald aside.
Relatively soon. The inspections are more urgent, so I would have set that up first.
Probably a day or two after then.
Yeah. I haven't heard back from Evelios since I tried to tell him about the treaty and told him about the codex.
Have you made contact with anybody else?
I have not. I have spoken with Ost, and they feel that the Moon Queen is a bit more amenable to the type of things that we're doing here. But I wanted to get your opinion before I potentially send her the treaty, since your family's been more in tune with the court.
Okay. What feeling are you looking for?
Is it something that I should feel comfortable safely sending to her? Or would that be for some reason a grave misstep in some way?
Bill, do I know, or can I roll something?
Make a history check.
Okay. I'm gonna guidance myself for this.
Hey! Hey!
Hell yeah, dude! Is that your second natural 20 tonight?
It is.
Yep.
Fuck
on
yeah!
his second roll, I think.
On his second roll, yeah.
No, I have to make an attack roll to cut the rope.
Oh yeah.
2 of 3 though.
What you know about the Moon Queen, is that her and the current Sun King were a mated pair before they were named Sun King and Moon Queen. She was, according to both her husband and a majority of the people, just as responsible for the turnaround in the Calcarian invasion as the Sun King was. Though for different reasons. She's not the, heroic soldier like her husband is, but she is powerful with the natural magics. One of the more powerful natural casters in Telrune. specifically, oddly and quirkily enough, in the domain of the lunar and the moon, as a devout follower of Artemis as well. She is quite a bit more progressive. Her lineage that she comes from is one of a people who had brokered peace agreements between elven houses in the past. And from overhearing conversations between your mother and father, you know that she is considered by as much as your father may never admit this in public. She is probably the Sun King's closest and number one advisor. Particularly in matters of diplomacy and the matters of diplomacy and dealing with the gods and omens and things of that nature. Let me pop over here real quick. She comes from Sazgaroth, and would probably, from your understanding, probably jump at the chance to share something like that with the Sun King. Though, no, I'm not going to say it.
What?
It's something that you already know, which is the exact opposite opinion of your father. The king's other closest advisor.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to send it to anybody in the court, she's the biggest on diplomacy and the biggest on brokering peace treaties in and amongst the court. She'd be a good choice.
Good. Then I will get it to. I'm gonna ask Demelza to make a copy of it, so we have one essentially in the libraries here.
Mm-hmm. It'll take a minute. It's not a short document.
Sure. But as soon as she's done with that, I will.
But it's work, and she's excited to do it. So.
Thanks, Donald.
She's like, "Ooh, this one might take me actually like a couple days." And you're like, "A couple days? It should take a normal person like a week to copy over by hand."
Thanks, Donald. I don't know why I've hesitated this long, but I think it's critical to get the ball rolling. But I know there are plenty of people at home that won't appreciate this.
Oh, I know. Speaking of, have we had any word of when our wayward elves are coming home?
Have I gotten any reports on that, Bill?
Not yet. They are good at their jobs.
Well, hopefully we hear back from them soon. And
when they come back, they would essentially come to report back directly to you. Like you know what I mean? So it's
nothing yet, but hopefully they'll be back soon with productive news.
Hopefully so.
All right. Donald, shortly after this conversation, Blurt comes to you and says that a raven arrived from Telrune with a message for you. It was like a day or two. It was like a day or two later.
Oh, this ought to be good. All right, let's read this.
You take it up to your office.
Yeah, nobody's getting a public look at Donald's reaction to this letter.
Yep. You take it up to your office, close the door behind you. Blurt closes the door as you go in. You recognize the seal. It's very familiar to you, having grown up around it. You crack the seal.
Sorry, there's a couple seals Donald grew up around. Which one?
Your father's.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah. Better rip this band-aid off.
It says, it starts out, dearest son, I have heard tell of the success you've had in the South, and again would like to reiterate my pride in your success. Though your mother does long to see you, but I understand you have responsibilities that keep you away. I will be sure to help convey this to her. He says, I will admit I am concerned about the reports coming from your activities in Ethmond, though I'm sure you have a good explanation. I would never dream of asking you to disregard your responsibilities and duties in handling the logistics of Aspida, though I could use your counsel in person. Your loving father, and signed his name. It says postscript, and almost like a and the tone of the writing almost kind of changes to a and first elf in dwarven lands and centuries, like wow. Just kind of like a little postscript thing of like I hope you took copious notes.
I did not, but I know somebody who did.
But that's how the message ends.
Is it still his handwriting at the end?
Yes.
Okay.
Tribalism, not racism. Nationalism, really.
Yeah.
Does Donald share this with anyone?
I'm not saying that makes it any better or anything. I'm just saying. Probably. But anyway, that's you finished the letter.
He's gonna take a couple days to think about whether or not he wants to share this with anybody, and whether or not he wants to respond.
Okay. Farah, also, anything over the course of the month of May that you guys are up to?
Yeah, in the merry month of May, I do a few things. Number one, I recruit Vili, my youngest daughter, not daughter, sister, and let's say Jackie, why not? My brother, and I'm just gonna have them plant in the tavern every night and kind of see what the fuck and who's rabble rousing, if they don't mind just doing a little bit of dwarven recon for me.
They're like,
I was going to send Fiven to the tavern.
I don't trust that Fiven's not doing it. That's why I'm sending them.
Also, like to shape into a cat and spend nights at the tavern as a cat.
Okay. So your siblings say, sister, you want us to spend our nights at the tavern, is what you're telling us. You don't have to say it twice. We're outie. And then,
I love you, Vili. You're the light of my life. At some point, I get my father and I give him the whole tour of the keep. And I show him everything. And eventually I bring him down to the base floor, and then I'm like, I got to show you this room, and I bring him down a bunch of steps into a dark, dank dungeon where there's 2 guards down there. and I relieve them. So him and me can have a private chat. And I bring him to a very particular cell that someone was killed in. And hopefully there's a little bit of blood still left in it.
He's like, this is a weird part of the tour, also.
Oh no, I'm very proud of this. So we keep people who fuck up.
I mean, it's a necessity. I've seen it.
I know. Mom told you what happened to Thorin?
You see like a real look of mourning kind of come across his face. And he says, don't know how I'm gonna ever not think about it.
Happened to Hetty?
Harry, I'm certainly gonna miss him. He was a grown man who made a decision. I tried to grab his shoulder, but
No. That was your decision.
I'm sorry?
It's you. It's your fault. Every fucking time one of our family members die, it's because they're getting spoken to by some dark whispers that are your fucking fault because you're a coward.
You watch as the initial rage that builds up in his face is quickly replaced with deep self-loathing. And he doesn't really kind of say anything. He just kind of stares at the floor.
It's still there, isn't it? I know it is. And every time you shoot your shot in a mom, you make another one of those voices for someone else to get fucking killed. I hate you for that. I'll never forgive you for that. It doesn't mean I'm not going to try to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is try to make you whole again.
He looks up at you with tears in his eyes, and he says, your mother helped me quiet that voice. I had no idea it would pass on to my offspring.
Springs. Thorn heard it. Harry heard it. I guarantee it. And I hear it. Every one of us is infected. And the more we breed and reproduce, it's going to be spread more and more until we're all infected with it.
I'm a lot of things, also. And you can call me a coward if you want. But I figured after you came back from the halls, you might have a bit more of an understanding.
I understood things need to get done. That's it. And if it means the death of yourself, it's a noble sacrifice.
He doesn't say anything. He just starts walking away, and over his shoulder, he says, I'll be sure to try and stay out of your way.
Go to the blacksmith. See, I had a special request put in before you even showed up.
He turns around and says, "It's one thing to hold a grudge against a person who's not remorseful for an act that they intentionally committed. It's quite another to hold a grudge against someone who is remorseful for something that they didn't know was going to happen." And he continues walking up the stairs, having suffered emotional damage.
Damn.
Emotional damage.
You fuck anyone up, I'll make sure you're breathing out your back, you coward.
Anything else you'd like to do over the month of May, Ossel?
I don't know, like, I know I told you my mom's like the three-eyed, the seer. I don't know what that is in like D&D terms. Is she like a diviner? Is she like a nature person? Like what, like where is her expertise actually lie?
She doesn't actually have like any magical abilities. She's just more of, she has a super high wisdom and insight and ability to kind of read situations, both interpersonal and societal, and likes to flavor it in the the traditions of
reading of
yeah,
cards.
yeah, in the traditions of your people.
All right, cool. I thought she was some kind of druid or whatever. That's fine. That's cool.
I mean,
she's just a guy.
She's like a level 1 druid.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, but beyond that, it's just essentially expertise and insight and insight. And she's got some like simple. She might be a little bit higher than that. She's got some like. She's got proficiency with an herbalism kit. She's got some like cure wounds and stuff like that. But like, she's not. She's definitely started you on the path of your harnessing of natural magics.
Yeah. I guess I'll take Fargrim or what the fuck is our grandfather's name?
I think you had it.
Holgrim. I was close.
Holgrim. Yep.
I'll introduce them to her because fucking he's useless otherwise.
Your grandfather?
Yeah, he's a smith and he's just a smith. That's what he does.
He's an old man that doesn't want to learn new tricks. I smith metal, and that's what I do.
So kind of, I know he's gonna get sleepy real quick, and old people when they stop moving, they die. So
sure. Nah, he's thrilled to go help finish up the. He's actually gonna help. He actually is gonna help her finish constructing the smithy shop in the market.
Cool. And then I leave my because I've needed to repair this, but Ur's been busy setting up a shop. For whenever Ur gets to it, I leave my breastplate to be repaired because it's still not repaired from last time when I got -1 to AC on it.
That's right, from the oozes.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh yeah, we can knock this out as soon as the shop's done. It'll be first thing. Take us like a day. No worries." You want me to do anything to it? says, like, you want me to upgrade it to like some half plate, or you want to stick with just the breastplate, or
It's probably a smart move to get it upgraded, but for sentimental value, I'm just gonna keep it the same and probably die with it on.
Okay, I can understand that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go now.
Did my dad pick up his hand to get measurements? Anything like that?
No, your dad ain't been by.
Gramps, when you get the chance, just bring him by so you can get measurements. It's that project I talked about, or if you don't mind.
Oh, right. Yeah, sure.
Like I said, whenever you get to it.
Yeah, for sure. No worries. Farah, any stuff over the course of the month of May?
Well, to follow up that not at all eventful month for someone else, probably just
I know you're hanging out at the tavern.
Yeah, I'm hanging out at the tavern, trying to figure out who's rabble rousing with Fiven, and I would also probably kind of just, mingle with the people, try to figure out if our PR session last week did any good, did any harm, because of some people's adverse reaction to haircuts. And other than that, I would probably just work with the soldiers, get them into shape, keep on recruiting, seeing if any of the new dwarves would like to join.
Well, the new dwarves have come with an entire battalion of dwarven marines.
Amazing.
As a matter of fact, if you go into your handouts into Aspect of Forces, you guys will see that you now have 3 units.
Bananas.
One of which is newer and quite expensive to maintain. Donald, those treants. Yeah.
I didn't think that we'd have to pay to maintain them. I would have figured that they were just maintained by the dryads.
Nope. Mother Echo leads them and has brought them to your service, but they need maintenance just like any other unit.
Okay.
If they're gonna fight, if you want them to fight for you, anyway.
Right on. Okay.
But your other 2 units are not super expensive at the moment. But indeed.
Real quick, Bill, can I get somebody producing or ordering a new supply of component jars?
Component jars? When the marketplace is done, you could certainly do that.
Cool.
So I would be at the end of this month anyway. So,
cool.
As we come to the end of the month of May, as those of you who the marketplace gets finished, those of you who are hanging out in the taverns at night, I'd like you guys to make perception checks. So that's Farah, Donald, and Ossel's buddies, Ossel's kin. They just have straight rolls, also.
10 and 17.
10 and 17. Farah?
You said perception?
Yeah.
And it's for me and Fiven?
Yeah. And you have advantage because of your shield. Your sentinel shield.
So I got a 15 and Fiven gets... What does he get, a +2?
+3, I believe.
Yeah, but does he get it to perception? I don't think so.
He does.
He does.
+3 to perception.
Well, he got a 9.
A 9. All right. Donald, in your cat form, your ears kind of perk as you begin to hear warning bells going off and people outside kind of screaming and running this way and that.
I will run outside, and once I'm outside, pop into non-cat form.
As you come outside, and at this moment, as you get outside and see it first, the rest of you that are so Farah and the rest of the people at the tavern begin to hear it as well. Artanis, you're probably back in the tower. Also, you're probably, I'm gonna guess, at the keep, or
I'm getting drunk at the meadery like I always am.
Okay, so you're completely oblivious and unaware.
Yeah.
But there are people running this way and that. As you look down the way, you can see. Hold on. You can see Mr. Markinsworth, your tailor, who'd moved from Rallos here to start a new business, is running around frantically as a bucket brigade is being formed as his new tailor shop. A bit of it is on fire, and the community is running around this way and that. They're trying to form a bucket brigade, and he is like on the verge of fainting as he's like, "No, my new establishment, this can't happen. All those new fabrics that I've just had arrive at the docks. Oh, I had so many orders lined up."
Oh no.
What do you do?
Apparently I have this prepared today. I will cast Summon Elemental to summon a water elemental.
Hey.
What's the casting time on that?
An action.
1 action. Nice. So you summon a water elemental and just send it
Casually.
just casually summon a water elemental as you send it off into the burning building to just do what it can.
To just smother as much of the flames as it can.
Exactly.
Being, made of water.
And you hear Markinsworth go, "Oh no, the water damage! Aha!"
Wow.
Look, I don't know what to tell you.
I
would like to look around for whoever the fuck, for any sign of somebody like running away or any sign of other things burning.
At this point, Farah, you come out and you see the water elemental get summoned. You see the bucket brigades forming as the water elemental just crashes through the front door of this burning building. Feely and Keely, is it Feely and Keely that you sent?
No. It's Jackie and Veely.
Jackie and Veely. They join the bucket brigade. Donald and Farah, as Fiven runs over and starts trying to inspire the crowd by saying, "Burn, baby, burn." Let's go Inferno. Sorry, too soon? He goes.
Yes!
Farah and Donald make perception checks.
15.
15.
What the heck
19.
happened to the overlay?
19.
What the shit?
You see disappearing off into the darkness, probably unable to catch them with the head start that they have and the distractions in front of you as part of your marketplace is on fire. You see a pair of individuals running off towards the forest, wearing big red caps, but with your 19, Donald, they are not small sized. They are like humanoid size, like human sized individuals. They're probably
I don't know what the hell happened to my overlay. That's
150
weird.
yards off, disappearing into the
It's
darkness
doing
of
weird
the night.
shit.
You just kind of catch this
that's
glance as
another-
they're running off.
What the shit?
1 sec.
Reds fans.
God.
Did Farah see this or no?
You saw them. They looked like to you like red caps running off.
I would have 1,000,000% chased after them, even if I thought they were too far away.
Well, all right, you can chase after them. I'm just telling you ahead. You're not
Yeah,
going to
no,
catch
it's
them,
fine.
but like, yeah, you fully chase off after them. Donald, are you pulling a bag, something from the bag of tricks?
I pull from the bag of tricks and I manage
giant boar.
Yes, sir, I do, and I tell it to chase those fuckers, or to chase them. I'll give it the best description I can of
it
of the two
off,
I saw running.
Make a survival check for it. See if it can catch a scent.
How is its wisdom? Oh, not good wisdom. You'd think.
Or is it, if it's perception, if it has like keen hearing or smelling? Because this would be like, it's like trying to catch a scent. So
you would think it'd have like keen smelling, because boars are supposed to be good at that, but no, it does not.
Oh, all right. Well, make
it rolls a 4.
Survival a 4.
It's just
it just kind of like
wisdom.
snorts in the air. There's a lot of smoke in the air, so it's covering a lot of the scent. Unfortunately, from the fire, especially it's the give and take. Your water elemental is having great effect, but it's producing a lot of smoke, which is helping to cover the scents of these things running off. Eventually, you're able to get the blaze under control. The community kind of rallies around Mr. Markinsworth as the majority of their buildings are done. They all agree to kind of help him. A huge contingent of dwarves step up to, as they've all mostly, for the most part, finished their small like farming steads. Said they're happy to dedicate their evenings to reconstructing, and it should not cause you a delay in finishing the marketplace. However, as you guys wake the next morning, whoever's probably first to the keep, as you come down into the dungeon, the two guards that were on duty are unconscious on the ground.
Shit.
Who do we think would probably Donald, I'm going to guess. Be the first one up in the morning to either Donald or Artanis.
He goes to bed at 7:30. Of course, he's gonna be up first.
Yeah, but Artanis is probably up at the tower still. So, I'm gonna say Donald. You find two unconscious guards, and all of the cells are open, but there was nobody being held.
It's not letting me find what I need to find to fix.
Okay. I will.
So weird.
Shit, I don't have detect magic prepared. I will shake the two of them awake.
They come to consciousness kind of groggy, like they got knocked out, and looking around, kind of trying to catch their bearings.
Can I give them like a quick once over to see if there's like any wounds on them?
Make a medicine check.
Why the hell is it showing me a
25.
Moira? It's not letting me.
You've
like
been
Donald's
rolling really well tonight.
information is there.
I had to make up for all the shit ones I've had
It's
the last couple
not showing
sessions.
anymore, and it won't let me adjust it.
They both have
so
really
weird.
big knots on the base of their skull, on the back of their head.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give each of them a
like
quick.
They were struck by the blunt end of like a sword pommel or something, or a dagger pommel.
Okay.
Or some sort of weapon pommel. It's definitely not a fist because it's not wide enough for that. It has more of a concentrated area of effect.
Okay, I'm gonna give them each a quick balm and to lessen the pain.
Yeah, which really helps them out quite a bit as they get up and they say, "Oh, what happened?" Oh,
that's what I was about to ask you. I came down here and found that you were out cold here on the floor.
I don't know. We were just down here. It was supposed to be there's nobody here, so it's an easy shift. And we were doing we were playing that little game that we like to play. I know it's kind of childish, but it's kind of like an I Spy thing, but combined with 20 questions. Anyway, and then all of a sudden, I heard Euripides here to my left kind of fell to the ground, and then everything went black.
Okay.
Easy shift.
Man, it's too bad Mel's gone for all this.
Well, as you say that, Mel, as you are traveling home, as we hop over here, on the road between Herndam and Meridia, traveling around the deadening wood, a wood that you've spent some time in, not an insignificant amount of time, you come to a roadside tavern where you and your guard contingent are going to rest for the evening. As you're in and about, I'd like you to make a perception check as you listen to the other patrons who are on the road as they sort of make their way in and about the tavern.
Okay, that is 16. Oh, that's a 16.
16. You overhear a conversation between two traveling merchants who say, one of them say, as they're kind of leaning over their cups, both of them pretty well lubricated, but one of them says, I swear, I'm telling you, all the clanless in the deadening wood all up and left. I don't know. They're not raiding anymore. The roads are a lot safer. I heard that all the clanless slaver ships on the Sun Sea also been cleared out. Some people say it's because of the Calcarian patrols, but somebody else I heard that I was talking to in Narafos said that when he was in Spartus, he heard tell that dozens of those ships beached along the coasts east to Spartus, and all those clanless disappeared into the Raphel timberlands. And they say that those clanless that was in the Deadening Wood disappeared west to the Raphel timberlands too. This guy says, "Oh, you're full of it. A couple caravans don't get hit, and everybody thinks that the danger is past. I'm sure they're just still spoiled off their last hit."
Huh.
As the subject begins to change, do you do anything, Mel?
She'd mostly, I'm trying to figure out what. She might at least, see if she can get any more information about that going on there, like the time frames and...
Do you approach them?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Well,
So they're
I'll buy him a drink.
As they're kind of sitting there as you approach with your drink in your hand.
Interesting conversation there. Can I get any more information? Haven't been through in a bit.
They look over at you. Make a persuasion check.
Okay. 14.
14. One of them looks at you and says, "What are you, eavesdropping?"
To be fair, you're being a little loud. And can I buy you a drink?
The one, as you mentioned, buy you a drink, looks at the other one and says, "Oh, don't be rude. You're practically screaming. Don't listen don't listen to him. He's have a seat." And he waves like a server over as they come over, and you pay 3 gold pieces to get a round of drinks. As you still pretty flush from your little dowry that you had to
yeah, I didn't do too much there.
But he says, "No, I heard tell, this was a couple weeks ago. I was in Narafos, and this guy told me about like a fleet of clanless slaver ships that they just found them on the shore. They just left them there."
It's just the ships, nobody there?
Yeah. They said there was tracks leading off into the Raphel timberlands, like it was some big migration or march or something.
Huh. A couple weeks ago would be about what time for me at this point?
For you at this point would have been a couple weeks ago. You would have just been arriving at the temple.
Okay.
Because yeah, a little more than like 2 weeks ago, you were just arriving at, because you spent 2 weeks at the temple. So, and this is like your third or fourth day on the road headed down from Herndam. It took another few days to get down to Herndam again, and then from Herndam you've been on the road for 1 day, so it's been like 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Anything else weird happen around then? Kind of seems sudden.
Well, it was just around the same time that all the caravans heading between Meridia and Herndam stopped getting hit. That's why they said all the ones that were in the Deadening Wood cleared out west.
Oh. Wait, how long does it take to travel between Deadening Wood and Timberlands?
To the Raffel Timberlands.
Yeah, with the ship.
Well, without someone like Ossel,
Mhm.
to travel 1 hex across forests is 2 days
Okay, so
on foot. So on open plains, or hills or desert, it's 1 day per hex.
mm.
Through forests, I'm sorry, on open plains and deserts, it's 1 day per hex. In hills and forests, it's 2 days per hex. And through the mountains, it's 3 days per hex. Unless you have someone who can reduce that for you.
That
Same
sound
with
like
jungle.
the ships went.
Same
so
with
they-
jungles would be 3 days per hex.
Okay, wait. So they would have. So Deadening Wood. There were ships over here.
Down here, actually.
Wait, where? I don't see any. Oh,
They said just on the shores east of Spartus. Like they just found like a fleet of clanless slaver ships that were just abandoned and tracks leading off into the north into the Raffel Timberlands.
oh. Wait, how the fuck? Where is even? Wait. They've had to come from here to get all the way because there's no.
These merchants that you're talking to?
I'm trying to figure out because okay, they said they were all gone from the Deadening Wood around the same time as they showed up.
At the same time as the Spartan soldiers found the abandoned ships.
Down here.
Yeah.
That is a long. Is there any? Because there's a river here, but that doesn't go here.
They're saying it's 2 separate parties. Right?
Oh,
Two
okay.
separate parties of clanless. There was a party of clanless.
Okay.
There was a bunch of clanless that were in the Deadening Wood. You dealt with 1 cell, right? And then also at the very beginning of the campaign, you were on a clanless slaver ship that was on the Sun Sea,
That's true.
right?
Uh-huh.
So it's 2 separate factions of clanless that they're saying have both been migrating to the Raffel Timberlands, apparently.
Okay. So they all went up here.
Migrating might not be the right word, but they're not, birds.
Okay. Huh. Oh, that's some fucking timing.
With your new proficiency in these skills,
Yeah.
make a like a navigate like a sailing a water vehicles check, wisdom based. So it's going to be wisdom and proficiency because you're proficient. You're a sailor now.
Okay.
Remember, you learned from also. You guys
yeah.
all have proficiency in water vehicles.
That's true. Let me see. What's that from? Huh? Yes. Okay. 21.
21. A fleet of ships could easily avoid being spotted by Aspida if they hugged the Calcarian coast.
Okay. Huh. Oh, fuck. Are they working together?
As we cut back to Donald in the dungeon.
God damn it.
As we cut back to Donald in the dungeon, getting this story from the not that they're necessarily
expensive
connected,
drinks, but well, got information.
Right, it's been a while since Mel's been involved. But
game's going
that's
okay.
the story you get from those guys. They don't really know anything
I'm
else.
partly a firebender now. That's what happened last week. And now I'm heading home
insight
from
check
becoming a
on them.
firebender.
Make an insight check.
24.
They've
I
telling
fought
you the truth as they
I
see
fought
it.
the head of a
Yeah.
monk,
I figured.
a monk
Just
monastery
to be sure.
for some skills.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you alert the rest of your party to what's going on?
Yes, I certainly will.
I shall become the avatar.
That and our fire last night. I don't know if everybody heard about it yet. And we'll get a couple of new guards in here for these guys who need to go.
At the official
I'm
council
already an
breakfast?
astral self
Yes,
monk,
at the
so I've got
breakfast
the
of
spirit
champions.
part of
But
it.
these guys
I don't know.
need to go be
I just get
under
to the fire
medical
one in the
observation because
dwarven
they might have
territory, so I need to
horrible
find the rest of them
concussions,
and
so they
truly
should
become the
go to sleep.
avatar.
They go to see Torga, who has set up a small little, like, shaman medicine woman shop in the market.
That sounds perfect. Yeah, okay. We'll let everybody know this at
It's more of a storefront than a full-on building, but yeah.
we'll let everybody know this at
She doesn't
breakfast.
need a lot of space as of yet. So you inform everybody, you inform Ossel, Farah, and Artanis of what happened at breakfast.
Yeah.
Quick, Artanis, cast inanimate memory on the knot in the back of his head to see who put it there.
I think it belongs to the guy whose head it's on and not the person who did it. Although, if I can, from the point of view of the knot, I guess that's a good idea.
That's what I was saying.
Knot's been healed at this point by Donald with his balm.
Yeah, so I'm willing to bet there's some sort of I'm not willing to say it's coincidence that we have somebody burning shops in the market and somebody breaking into the dungeon to look around on the same day.
To what end?
Oh.
Just to
Wait,
cause trouble?
wasn't the guy that had the grape with that you kind of snapped at Artanis? Was he complaining about like a storefront that was opening up? That was
Oh shit.
It's probably not him
Why would they
starting
cause a
it.
fire?
It's probably whoever we saw running away into the woods that night, clearly hoping to disguise themselves as redcaps.
Those weren't red caps.
No, they were too big to be caps.
Did we get a
Sorry,
sense that
it
red
didn't-
I
caps
ran for like 2 hours.
Sorry, we were busy putting out fires. I didn't have time to tell you. Also, you ran away really fast.
We were busy putting out literal fires.
I was busy putting out fire. I'm sorry.
Did we get a sense that red caps are like particularly intelligent, or are they just kind of mindless chaos
they're
agents
not-
of chaos?
Well, they're not mindless. They're certainly agents of chaos. That's almost the perfect way to describe them. But they're certainly not mindless. I mean, they can speak and like they understand and speak Sylvan, and are as intelligent as any other humanoid.
Did I get the sense that we got most, if not all of them, during the week and or weeks that I and the rest of the people were hunting them?
I mean, you don't know if the hags were lying about how many they released, but you've certainly rounded up, like, and slaughtered, like, in the triple digits of redcaps.
My understanding was that the Dryads were going to contribute some to that as well.
Oh, they certainly are. I'm just talking about what Farah and her patrols have.
So at least some more have been killed as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're small things like that that are escape in a forest. So it's like, are you ever going to be 100% sure that you got every single last one of them? It's hard with these little guys because they're fey, they're tricky, they're able to hide, like they're good at that kind of shit. But I mean, you're certainly, stacking up redcap bodies both between you and the Dryads, and their use of the treants, which is what that unit is up to at the moment. What's that, Arcana?
So it is possible that they're behind these things?
It's possible that it was redcaps. Donald seemed to think that, from his point of view, they were too tall to be redcaps, though they were certainly dressed the part, Farah. And specifically, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, there was one specific cell door that was opened with the keys, Donald.
Oh, you did not mention that.
Oh, you said
Yeah.
all the doors were opened.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I might have misspoke. It was one specific cell door that was opened. The one with
Was it?
the one with the blood stain in it.
Yeah. Okay. Did I? Now that I know this, can I check and see if like anything is disturbed? Did they like do anything weird in here? Did they swipe some of the blood?
You can make either a, because they're going to tell you different things, survival, perception, or investigation check.
Well, perception is by far my best one of those, so I'll guidance myself. 21.
21. The straw that's kept on the floor is certainly pushed around, like there were feet in here moving around, looking around. Kind of. There's nothing in there to take. But that's pretty much what you get.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll ask Artanis to take a look around. Make sure nobody touches it in the meantime. But yeah, I'll share this information with people as well.
I can go take a look.
Would you like to make an investigation check, Artanis?
Yeah, and I'll have detect magic up as well.
You do not detect any. You do not pick up anything magical.
23.
23. The blood stain doesn't seem to be disturbed. The keys were used in the lock, so it wasn't picked. It seems they took the keys off of the unconscious guards. And from what you can tell, none of the other cells were even bothered with. They went straight to this one.
Wish we'd cleaned up that bloodstain. And I share that with the group. Sounds like this was a jailbreak. Or that was the intent.
Well, they were too late.
Did she leave
Oh.
anything behind? He was there for a week.
I mean,
Not that.
Could she have left a message? Intelligence information behind that could have been retrieved?
I believe Mel said that she had some stuff, and when she was being brought in, she burnt it. But she sent out some stuff before that.
What about
True.
in the weeks she was sitting there in the cell?
Yeah.
So she was sitting there in a cell. How is she going to send things out if she's sitting there in a cell?
What if she left? She had messages that she had on her person there in the cell, hidden, that were retrieved when they broke into the cell.
Is this
I-
France? What?
If she did, we would
How
have
thorough
a way
are
of
guards,
knowing.
Bill? That's a question for that.
We
They
didn't
were-
give her anything to write
were
with. We didn't.
searched.
She didn't have items, right? We took everything off of her, basically.
I mean, you left her clothed, I imagine.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So there was no cavity search.
No, we only did that last campaign. We don't do it this one.
Anything is possible, but if she did, whatever she left is gone now.
The reason I
Yeah.
ask is because only that cell was open. There was
Yeah.
no one in the cell for them to know that was the cell.
There's the blood on the floor for it.
But why would they go in if they saw an empty cell with blood on it?
I don't
Fair
know.
question.
I think that you're onto something, honestly.
We have
Well, it's
rabble rousers, fire setters, and people
Oh yeah, that's
knocking
intentional.
our guards unconscious and breaking into our
This
jail.
world is
Someone is trying to discredit
this world is
The leaders
based
of
on
this
Europe.
island.
This is like Greco-Roman.
Yes.
All right. So what did you guys find out? Rabble rouser troop
This is a
troop
Greco-Roman homebrew
watchers.
campaign.
I don't know, Mel. Did we find anything out?
There was no rabble rousing at the tavern while you were there.
We're distracted by the fire.
Yeah.
You've been there for a month.
Yeah, over the course of a month, you didn't pick up on anything. And
I
you, know
can.
I'm I'm telling the truth because I didn't make you roll for it.
Well, I am useless to the situation. So I'm gonna go do what I do best, and I'm gonna go investigate the fire, look for an accelerant or a source, and possibly track through the woods. Farah,
Yeah.
if you don't feel like being part of the I think this is magic think tank, feel free to show me where you left off chasing them, and I could actually probably try to track them down.
I will
For like
absolutely
covert
go.
ops.
Yeah,
pick.
I'll absolutely go with also, and I will send I will send Fiven to talk to Pick about the rabble rousers and what's going on in the taverns.
Certainly, they will happily take up that job, that task. That's right down Pick's alley as well.
And this is why I left Pick with you all.
Exactly. So as the month of May comes to a close, the marketplace is finished, and we go into the month of June. And as June 2nd rolls around, the tannery and leather workshop is finished. I know one of your guys' tasks that you're going to want to do this month is looking and searching through the forest for picking up these guys. So we'll get to that. Is there? You arrive back halfway through this month, Mel, on June 18th. So, is there anything you guys want to do over the course of the month of June?
Yeah, get jars ordered. Also, if the leather workshop is done, I'd like to get like a custom wrist sheath for the psychic dagger.
You can certainly commission that.
And it's going to be like in such a way that like it hides the dagger, but like leaves the tip exposed so that I could, shake somebody's hand and probe their mind.
I see. I'm gonna have you. You're gonna have to come up with this design for them,
Yeah.
like sketch it up to show like the leather worker, to be like if you give them good blueprints, they'll be able to put it together. I would like
Yeah.
you to make an intelligence check, and if you think there's a skill that you're proficient in that would associate with it, I'll let you pitch it to me. But otherwise, it's just gonna be a straight intelligence check.
Yeah, just intelligence.
All right.
It's
Is
a
this something
me.
Is guidance for skills only, or does it go for abilities? Ability
Well,
Ability
it's
checks.
ability check, skill check, same.
Okay,
You can use guidance if you'd like.
that's good. 21.
21? Yeah. They say they can certainly do something like that and kind of put something in it to where it'll only happen, like there'll be a position you can put your wrist in so
Mhm.
that you can shake hands, but it'll only do it if you want it to.
Perfect.
And especially with this old worldy kind of like,
Yeah.
kind of
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster handshake. It is with such a custom piece and everything, it is going to run you 50 gold pieces though.
Donal, I need some gold.
How much do you need?
50 gold.
But with the
Cool.
complexity of it, he says it should be done. That it should be done by the end of the month.
Perfect. And then if I haven't already, I'd like to message the Moon Queen and then start getting the treaty over to her.
Okay. So we'll get to that. Anybody else got stuff they want to do over June, including as you arrive back, Mel?
Hmm.
We throw Mel a killer welcome home party.
Nah, she has stuff to tell people. Just like, okay, we gotta talk.
Why don't we jump to that? It's halfway through the month. You guys have all been doing stuff. as
Unless anyone actually messaged her in that time frame.
But real quick, we'll do Ossel. You make a survival check for me as you try to track these guys.
With advantage because Farrah's helping me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you for the advantage, Farrah. 26.
26. You pick up a trail. Not that far into the forest. It is a couple days old at this point. But eventually you track it to you track all the way to the southern tip of the island, where you find some lines in the beach that look like the point of the bottom of a ship being of a small ship being like pushed back out to sea.
We talking skiff, long ship?
Skiff, like small, like couple people. Probably with one big enough to have a sail, but
Cool. Stop by Mother Echo real quick. See any fucking humans running through here or?
we've been busy tracking down red caps. As you look over at the one corner of their like grotto, there's like a pyramid, like huge like compost pile of like red cap bodies.
Damn.
Good. Fuck those guys.
Hell yeah.
So is that a no?
Yeah, that's a well. I mean, we know about you guys have people coming and going from the southern tip of the island, so it's all
Oh no, no. Some
Yeah,
people.
you guys let us
came in-
know that there's going to be people coming and going from the southern tip of the island, and that we should
Right,
worry
if you let
about
me
it.
finish the sentence. Apparently some people from the tip of the island decided to use that as an entry point to burn down one of our establishments. So
Well, that's not very nice of them. I wonder
The
why you would
specific-
allow them to come here then.
The specific deal that they got told was that they should, like, nobody should be entering the forest from the south. They should only ever be staying on the southern tip of the island and leaving. If that affects what they were, what they might tell him.
That
Or-
doesn't. That does not affect
Okay.
what they tell them.
Yeah, okay. If you see any like whatever wandering into your wood or whatever that's not like the Woodwrights or us, feel free to wrap them up in vines and just send them our way. Just for a precautionary measure. If you don't mind.
All right. Is there something we should be worried about?
Well, they burned down a building, so I wouldn't say it's outside the realm to burn down a few trees as well. So just looking out for you, looking out for us.
We'll be sure to increase treant patrols in that area.
Thank you, Mother Echo. Your leaves look very green today, and I leave.
Okay, bye.
Oh, thanks. It's it is summer. They are coming in quite nice. The warmer
Using
the
a new
weather.
fertilizer.
Yeah. With that, we cut to you guys all meeting Mel at the dock as she arrives back from her sailing trip to Meridia.
Just step off the boat. We gotta talk. Come on.
I blow my war horn. Woo, everything.
It's like just one hand, like one finger
There's,
in
like,
the ear.
a bunch
just
of people there to welcome you back. Like, hey, oh no, we're just okay. This is the
Um,
second time the greeting has not gone. As you guys head off to the council chambers, the group of you.
I have 2 months worth of good news from Pick to catch up on too.
Yeah.
Amazing.
They brought to Mr. Markendale's shop. It was really gaudy the first time, so it has like a new rustic feel this time,
Mhm, mhm,
which is much better.
Here's the
really
thing.
matches the rest of the downtown a lot better.
Also, he hasn't seen you in 2 months, so he only has to give you one good news from the whole 2 months.
That's fuck. Shh.
But that's not important right now. You guys are the party has gathered, as Mel says she has urgent business to discuss with you.
Yeah, I've been overhearing a very weird. Well,
Oh, real quick, by the way, Mel, you
mhm.
heard similar stories in Meridia when you stopped to get a ship, and in Ralos when you stopped in there on the way back home.
Yeah. So there are fucking stories everywhere of clanless gathering in the Rafael Timberlands, including leaving some ships up by Spartus, which meant they hugged Calcarian coastline, which means something's going on there.
That would mesh nicely with all of our homegrown racists that we seem to have recently.
Sorry, what?
Fill Mel in on what's been going on while she was gone.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Well, we know what the Timberlands are by.
Yep. Which means Artanis?
Sorry, what?
Can you send something home and warn them?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping one of you might
Yeah.
check in with me. Looking at Artana specifically.
Sorry. I've been enchanting.
Don't need to worry. Like,
Also, the deal with
I don't need to know
Clanless
about
is
you.
that the deal with Clanless is that they all have one eye burnt out, right?
What?
Is that right?
You're muted,
Dwarves
Bill.
Bill, you're on
feel
mute.
Sorry, I was muted. They get branded under one eye.
branded. Okay.
Yeah, they get branded under one eye.
Okay. Include that. So that they know if they're facing actual dwarves or clanless.
I mean, we should also probably warn Spartus then as well.
We should. If all those ships are set up near Spartus, though, I'm sure that they're already on alert.
They were found by Spartus people, right? They're found by.
But they were found by Spartan soldiers, yeah.
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 Oh, well, as the resident dwarf here, that doesn't make any fucking sense to raid your giant tree or whatever, because they don't have a ship and they need to cross water to get to it.
They're in Timberlands. They
So-
can fucking make them.
How are they going to do it without many thousands of gold pieces, even though they have all the natural resources on their island? I'm sorry.
Oh,
It also requires labor to construct such things, and unless you're running a slaves workshop on your island.
Yeah, but if they're working with the Alcaria and it makes no sense to not just set up closer to your home. I understand it, but I'm just saying, like, warn both.
Because they're trying to be sneaky.
And also
Like
be
the
sneaky.
best-
They abandoned they abandoned their ships and just went into the woods?
That's what it sounds like.
Why would they?
It's not just one set, too. It's
Abandon.
all over the fucking place. Different groups. All at once. I'm gonna get the time frame, too. This is
Time.
way more coordinated than it should be.
Yeah. Especially given as we just sent the treaty. Oh, hells.
Well,
nothing. So,
What?
who wants to
What?
make a bet with me that Kalkari is sending all those clanless up there in an attempt to just smash any sort of treaty between elf and dwarf forevermore?
I think that's a strong possibility.
I think you have a message to send really quickly, Artanis.
If I bet you, can I borrow money from you to bet you?
You can
I
borrow money
charge
from
very high
Gunnar.
interest rates for betting.
But Artanis is making all kinds of magic shit.
I haven't been able to start selling it yet.
He has a low interest loan contract set up.
More racism. I get it.
Oh, oh! You give the low
Listen,
interest rates to the other elf. I get
oh,
it.
Speaking of which, side note, Artanis, all your hard work with the magic lanterns hasn't gone to waste. With the marketplace done, the entire marketplace is lit by magical lanterns at night.
Awesome. So now
And
people sneaking by in the dark will have a harder time.
indeed,
They can't just
and,
knock down torches to burn shit.
there's been a demand for more, as a lot of sailors have been using them on their ships, so that when they're out very early in the morning or late at night, they're easier to be seen.
Hmm.
And can't be put out by spray from the ocean. But that's neither here nor there at the moment. I just didn't want you to, I wanted you to get the pay. I didn't want to forget to give you the payoff for all that.
Sweet. I will. I'm essentially what I'm gonna do is send to the Moon Queen just to warn her that I'm essentially sending a speedy courier, and I don't want her to be surprised by that. And I'll send a detailed letter to explain further, along with the treaty.
Alrighty, so you're gonna sending her first?
Yes.
Okay. So you're gonna sending her first, and then you're gonna do the speedy courier
Correct.
to send her just a copy of the treaty.
Well, I'm going to send her a copy of or I'm going to send her the treaty and a letter from me to explain in more detail.
Okay. Tell me the sending, and then
Okay.
you can go and DM or write out the letter in chat or whatever, and then blast it while I'm doing other things.
Okay. Just finished writing the letter, but so this is
Oh,
going to take.
sweet. Then look at you. You get a gold star and a piety for being being prepared, Artanis. Athena likes Athena likes someone who does their homework really quick on Friday night so that they can enjoy the weekend.
That's lucky 14. Okay, so this will take 2 sendings to get it all across.
Okay.
But basically, I say, Your Majesty, I hope I don't overstep my place in sending you this message, but I believe in your wisdom and to see the value in a treaty negotiated with Ethmond. I will be sending a courier with the treaty to you shortly, along with a letter from me explaining in more detail.
The response you get back is yes, I've been hearing your name around court quite a bit lately. I look forward to reading it.
Oh boy.
Ominous.
Oh.
All right.
Why does it get the fuck? What's going on?
You only know the shitty kid's name. That's how it works.
Why are they talking about Altair? I mean Artanis. I mean,
And here is the letter.
Oh,
that she
shit.
gets via the courier, along with the treaty.
Excuse me while I read.
I'm reading too.
Last paragraph is 10 out of 10.
Not even mentioning that they might be working with Calcaria. God.
Because we don't know that.
Yeah, I don't want to
Never
overplay
mind.
my hand.
Eh.
Belt, I'll tell you you're wrong.
P.S. I also PSS, PPSSS. I also wished.
Artanis is more of an Ezio.
I'll take it. Ezio's a badass.
Yeah. Leonardo
was-
da Vinci, he's a good friend of mine.
Ezio is way better than Altair, but
I'd still have been
Artanis,
fucking
Altair.
paranoid.
I was going with the alliteration. Come on, guys. Fine.
I wouldn't say it's overstepping with Calcaria.
Alrighty.
It's not overstepping per se. It's just that they're already like anytime I talk to Avelios and I make assumptions like that, he blows it off. So I just want to give facts as much as possible.
Well, they stopped dwarves on our side, but they wouldn't stop a clanless ship that, when clanless kidnapped their
Well-
prince at one point.
From what you understand, as far as the patrols of their ships, they've been concentrated, like over here, by, they've been specifically cracking down on the little. They don't necessarily know that you're involved, but they've been specifically cracking down on the Emancipation's underground railroad or underground sea road, essentially, of getting magic users out of High Hell. So that's where their ships have been concentrated. Now that they no longer need to blockade Al Rawam.
I saw they had some ships still out in our waters because they were spying on us.
No, all the talk you heard about the ships that were like doing the inspections and stuff have been down here. There were some ships up around Aspida, but once your people started making inquiries to it, that stopped.
Okay.
But now you've had these recent events that I'm sure, as you blame everything on Calcaria, you're probably blaming this on Calcaria as well.
To be fair, has it been wrong?
I didn't say anything to the effect of whether it was wrong or incorrect.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Take a sip of water here. It's almost like I'm doing a lot of talking. As we move through the month of June, is there any other things that you guys would like to accomplish?
Donal will send a raven to Finlune.
To anyone in particular?
Yeah, to Dad. To the Admiral.
Please sign it, Daddy.
Why
Dear
would
Daddy.
Earl sending it
Or
to him? Why
address-
would he sign it, Daddy?
Address it to
Address
Daddy.
it, Daddy.
Dear father, I have been away for many months now. The roads are hard.
Fiddle music in the background.
It basically says, I thank you for your kind words and appreciate your consideration of my duty. I am currently unable to leave and I hope you understand why I feel I can't return home just yet, even if I could. Should you have... I will return home when all is set right. Take care and watch for dwarves to the east with a brand under their eye. I love you, Father. Donal.
Alrighty. You attach it to the raven, and it takes flight. Um, over the course of the month,
Can I propose something?
sure.
We should totally send some people to pick up those ships that all the clanless left behind.
As long as we check on the general first, and because I'm not fucking raiding Spartus's shorelines to steal a bunch of boats.
Oh, yeah, fair. I will send a message and see if he wants any of them. Or send a raven there as well and see if he wants any of them.
All right, you should certainly hear back from that one a lot quicker, as Spartus is not that far
Right.
from you guys. But you send that off, and a few days later, you get a response from General Ergoroth Thundercaller, that we have already claimed them, and many of them are being sold at the docks of Spartus. The proceeds going towards the continued outfitting and feeding of Spartan soldiers.
Okay. Well, figured I'd ask.
But if you are interested in purchasing them, we would be happy to sell them to you.
Oh,
Are
100%. We're going to
Are
auction,
they
baby.
discounted? Like, I could assume they would be discounted, given that they are probably heavily used ships.
He doesn't say anything about a price in there. He just offers to sell them to you.
Also, you want to go pick up some used ships?
Oh, disgusting, clanless, filthy. Absolutely. I don't know how much I'm going to take, so money, please.
Oh.
I'll also
what's my spending limit?
hand back what my the stuff I had left, which was
what you had left. Don't forget, you got half back from the horses. Half
True.
the cost back.
Okay, yeah, that was.
I don't know how much you spent, so.
It was you and 6 guys, right? So riding horses are 75 gold. So 7 times 75 is a number.
525.
And so you get half of that back.
Okay.
I think I gave you like 1,000, right?
Yes.
You did.
So there's about like 263 plus I just spent a few gold at the tavern.
Mm-hmm. So I think that's pretty much the majority of what you spent was the 263 and the 3 gold. So 266 minus. So she gives you back the change, which is the majority of the coin you gave her.
734 gold. Dope.
Yep.
It takes you no time at all to sail up to Spartus, Ossel, as I think this would be the first time any of you go to Spartus. Does anybody want to go with her?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I'm gonna stay home and hold down the fort and make sure that we got patrols out and going in case any of the clanless try to fucking raid us or some shit.
Yeah,
Well,
I
you've
was
been
gone for a while, so yeah.
Yeah, you could go. Yeah. All right. So Artanis, Farah, and Ossel, you guys, are you taking your retainers with you guys?
Yes.
No,
No.
I'm going to leave Fiven to continue to.
To continue to bolster society morale.
Correct.
And
That's basically
Austin
like a
still has
passive
plenty of
ability
research.
of his at this point.
Yes.
If you leave him on the island, he's just doing that.
And then I'm
Austin
going
still
to
has plenty of
authorize-
research.
I'm gonna ask Veely if she would like to accompany me.
Sure, she says you're a shite negotiator anyway.
Should I send to Ethmond and let them know about the clanless as well?
Clanless are kind of always a problem. I wouldn't really.
But if
I mean, if you
they're
want.
if they're specifically trying to impersonate non-clanless to interfere with our treaty,
Do clanless normally gather in those sizes?
See, this is why you're the brains of the operation, Artanis. And I'm just the pretty face. So, yeah, sure. Send a message to all the senators. Use up all your spell slots.
I will instead of using all my spell slots, just send to Senator Jurgen and let her know I'm sending her a courier with a detailed message as well, with a warning about the clan list, and basically write all that in a letter and send that via courier.
What does Artanis' courier look like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Owl delivery, like Harry Potter style.
Like the fastest fucking like the world's slowest flight bird is now the fastest flight bird, and it brings a letter like, "Here's good news,"
Yeah.
and then it disappears.
Pretty much.
Good news,
this.
everyone.
Good news, everyone.
All right. So you send that off. Jurgen says, I mean, clan are generally a problem. She says, though we haven't dealt with them much from her. Herndam Tower hasn't had to deal with them much as of recent.
Yeah, so I in the letter I'll mention that the concern is that if they have relocated to the Rafael Timberlands, that they may be attempting to impersonate non-clanless and do perform acts that would interfere with our treaty.
Is that ascending or is that just in the letter?
That's in the letter.
Okay. All right. So she can't respond.
Sure.
Can she respond? Does the courier spell allow her to respond or?
No,
Okay,
but
so then, yeah.
I could, after I send it, maybe I'll follow up the next day and just ask if she has any feedback or questions.
She says, that is extremely disconcerting. We intend to send raider ships to the coastline to investigate. Fireforge clan is, she said, but no, she says we've redirected raider ships to, here, I'm just going to, so everybody knows what we're talking about. She's going to redirect dwarven ships up and around here to investigate. It's where they
Thank you.
usually operate anyway, is along that Calcarian coastline, the northern Calcarian coastline.
Thank you.
Spartus crew, you have a $15,000 spending limit.
Yeah.
15,000 gold spending limit.
We have 22,000 gold in total right now. So
Oh, but what's our APR though?
Oh, God.
Let's just have Artanis spend the money. Then the APR will be lower because
That's true.
no.
Can I bring one of the refrigeration crates and store our food in it?
Certainly. It's a short trip for you guys, especially with Ossel at the helm. It's literally a matter of hours. As she only has to, she's literally traveling one hex, and so that's, you guys leave in the morning and you're going to be there before nightfall. As you arrive in Spartus, a port that you have yet to have seen as of until this very moment. As you come into the port in the city of Spartus. It is a bustling area. A majority of the buildings are built with a very similar architecture. The city sits right at the in the foothills of the base of Mount Olympus. As this city continues to continually go up as it gets further away from the sea until the disappears into the forests, and not far from which are the beginnings of the gods' orchards where the golden apples grow. Going this way and that, the city of Spartus is known for producing the greatest warriors in the Republic, which belong to the elite force known as the Spartans, who hold the line against a potential ground invasion from the Empire. They have a small elite force of extremely fast runners
Damn it!
known as the Apple Pickers, who
Gotta do this in the meanwhile. Huh?
help maintain the supply of healing potions that come out of Spartus. As few as they are, the majority of them go towards the use for the military. It is not a profession with an extremely long lifespan, however.
Okay, fine.
Welcome to Spartus for the first time. Population just over 96,000.
Impressive.
Patron deity Hercules.
If we make landfall, I'll go to the dockmaster and pay our docking fee.
As you are a diplomatic vessel, the docking fee is waived.
Oh, thank you very much.
You show up to the ship auction. They inform you that their auction, it's the shipyard. What they have remaining from the ships that they pulled from the beach are 3 keelboats, 2 longships, 2 triremes, and 1 galley.
Fuck off.
That's what they have left that they haven't already sold.
A fucking they had a galley? Holy
Yeah.
shit.
You said 3 keelboats, a galley, 2 triremes.
3 keelboats, 2 longships, 2 triremes, and a galley.
God. Holy shit. And that's what's left?
That's what's left.
The auction
That's a lot of fucking clanless heading west.
Yeah, that's a fuck ton of clanless.
Damn.
That galley is fucking enough to, it's a sizable force.
Galley is a crew of 30 to 60. It requires a crew of 30 to 60 to operate it, but has in the triple digits of cargo.
Yeah.
Space.
Okay.
The galley's 12,500 gold pieces. It requires a deep water port and it can't travel up rivers. But it's essentially it's like a super tanker, it's the biggest trade ship. It can ram in combat, but it's not like a dreadnought. It doesn't have any ranged attacks. There's 2 triremes. They're 7,000 each. They are great warships. Cannot travel rivers. Need a deep water port, but have a ranged attacks. And then about keelboats. They're 1,500. Longships are 5,000. Keelboats are great for trade and stuff because they can go up and down rivers and don't need a port. Same with longships. Everything you guys need to know about longships, but because you have one. But
Those are the
Um,
prices for new galleys and triremes you just gave us. Are they discounted at all, given that they are very not new?
they are indeed discounted. There is a 25% discount on everything.
Ooh, okay. Let me.
Also, we'll do the once over everything. If she's allowed on the ship, she will do a once.
Oh,
over.
you're fully allowed up and down on the ships to inspect them and make sure that they are up to snuff. I mean, once you get the stench of clanless off them, they'll be fine. They just need a good washing.
Artanis, you mind just giving a little bit of a finger wiggle over these?
I mean, sure, but that's cleaning a ship is going to take a little bit
No,
more than a
no,
minute.
no. I'm saying if these things have been marked by magic.
Sure. I will detect magic.
There doesn't appear to be anything magical about these ships.
Preston just I just bought this galley. Scrape the barnacles off it. Oh god. I was thinking 2 triremes, but instead of just getting the 1 galley because we don't have like the giantest market yet.
You get
But
2 triremes in 1 longship.
yeah, but is Dummel going to kill me for spending all our money?
No, he gave the money to you with the expected. What he didn't really expect any of the money back. He's just hoping that you don't
Waste it.
buy 100-foot tall gold statue with the money. Don't
How
do
would we
something
bring it back?
stupid.
Wait, there's a 100-foot gold statue here? Where?
It's right there, standing on in the distance.
Yeah.
But of course, I discuss it over with the group. Does everybody approve? As we
don't have enough gold for all of them. You have to decide which ones you want.
I want the triremes and I like Artanis's thing, the triremes and the longship.
It's 2 triremes and a longship that we don't have to build ourselves. I think that's money well spent.
Yeah, and you're spending it, so our APR would be better. So.
Oh, good. Well, you'll actually bring back money as well. You'll bring 750 gold pieces back.
All right.
Hey, did you bring enough people with you to actually sell these things back?
I assumed she brought a bunch. I assumed she brought a bunch of the dwarves with her that landed because they're all sailors. And
Right.
probably Captain Phoebos came along with some of his crew.
Yeah, because it's been like half a day, right?
Yeah, it's like you could literally, like, you've finished this off. You've got the evening, like the afternoon, late afternoon and evening to do, because you're probably not going to sail back at night.
It's tomorrow.
So so the 3 of you have the night here in Spartus. What would you like to you take care of all the paperwork on the ships. You have your people they say they can get them ready for to travel back in the morning. You'll be back in time for lunch.
Can we bring them onto our ship to do the paperwork so I can not so subtly show off our refrigeration crate?
Certainly.
I mean, you should be going to pay your respects to the general anyways. You're in his city.
Mm-hmm.
No, I will, but I want to get the word out.
It's marketing. It's important.
Trying to flex.
Certainly. Do you go over and like pull something out of it, like some
like
fresh
really
fruit?
Yeah, exactly. Something like some really perishable fruit that comes out looking perfect, even though it should have spoiled days ago.
a few of the people there, like doing all the title transfer paperwork and stuff on the ships, stop and say, did you stop at the market before you
No.
came?
This is some of the finest, although most delicate fruit straight from Aspida.
Those don't last that long. I know she's fast. They point to Ossel, but they don't. Even fruit doesn't last that long. Not that fruit anyway.
Normally
Like
they
sliced
don't. But
prepared fruit.
What's the name of this fruit, Artanis? This custom fantasy fruit that that is indigenous to Aspida.
Domogranettes.
Oh my god.
I love it.
Oh,
I love it.
oh my god.
I am
love it.
very flattered that you named a fruit after me.
Absolutely love it.
It's very wrinkly and extremely bitter.
You know what? For that, just for that, everybody gets a point of piety.
Yeah.
Yay.
As they all taste these delicious they bite into their domogranettes. As the
God.
juices spray out, they say, how is this possible? How could they be this fresh?
How can they be this bitter still?
With my latest invention, and I pat the crate and lift it open, and then toss the nearest one another piece of fruit, which they find is cold and fresh.
This is quite interesting, and they begin like peppering you with questions and how you did it. Oh, it's magical, and is this specifically a magic developed by your people, the elves, or and you tell them no, this is a proprietary enchantment that you have thunk up that is specific and can only be found at in Aspidon markets.
Exactly.
And they say, and you can already see the words, the word beginning to spread through the docks of Spartus, of this new interesting thing that is being produced in Aspida. What do you guys want to do for the night? All the paperwork is taken care of, so you can add to your fleet now. You already had 2 keelboats and a longship, so you now have 2 keelboats, 2 longships, or I'm sorry, 2 keelboats, 12 longships, and 2 triremes.
Hell yeah, baby.
And with your market up, you can put all of those to work next season. At the end of this next season, so when fall rolls around, I'm gonna probably we're gonna have to have you guys roll to see how much money your market's produced for you.
Yay.
Damn.
Yeah, do we need to figure out tax, Bill?
money.
We'll assume
Exportation tax.
we don't need to get that detailed
God.
into stuff. But mark off the gold there, Donald. Spending on the ships.
Yep.
And you now have more than enough people to crew all these ships as well on your island. You have become a noticeable naval presence in the Sun Sea. You are now worthy of note.
Noteworthy, if you will.
That's
Yes.
just good enough for me.
For now, you know. You have 2 keelboats, 12 longships, and 2 triremes now. So what would you guys like to do in Spartus for the evening?
I would like to essentially post up at a tavern or whatever is the equivalent in Spartus and people watch.
You don't want to find a higher place of learning, Artanis, here?
I want to understand the culture.
Oh, all right, cool.
So
How
it is
many
an
people look
important
like
form
they're
of
in
learning.
300?
What's that?
How many people look like they're in 300?
All of
How
them.
are
There are
Everybody.
ones.
Everybody looks like they do CrossFit. Every single
Oh.
person you see.
Abs, you
Is
got
there, like,
great cheese on.
well, abs that were airbrushed on, but that's not the point.
Yep. Everybody here
Sorry,
looks.
see.
Everybody here looks like they're a CrossFit athlete.
But how many are not wearing shirts? Is what I'm trying to ask.
Most of them.
All right,
There's lots
disgusting.
It's summer.
There are lots of crop tops. But no, it's a lot of like loose, semi-transparent togas. There's a lot of body positivity here. There's like a lot of the fabric is sheer. People go around not afraid to expose the majority of their body, and I'd be a bit of exaggeratory, but they're people of multiple builds, but they're all healthy, right? It's not everybody's got six packs, but whatever body type they have, it is of a healthy body type. Nobody here ignores the physical, and nothing is shamed. The physical form is celebrated in this city. The majority of the artwork and sculptures are of the physical form of various species. The majority of which are in like these heroic poses. You see Spartans marching through the streets with their signature crimson and gold, um, uh, as carrying enormous shields, wielding long spears with long swords on their hip. You've seen them before at the Republic meetings in Ralos, though there's a much obviously bigger, extremely disciplined society. As everyone kind of strives towards the perfection of whatever it is that they're doing, whether it's a soldier or an artisan or a craftsman. Um, there is an appreciation for art, but like as I said, a majority of the art has to do with it's a lot of it is physical, like dance, and sculptures of persons and their bodies. Not as many landscapes or things of that nature. There are areas where there is like active, like competitive wrestling going on. There are huge parks where people are engaging in calisthenics and running and sparring activities as you make your way through the city and people watch. There is a healthy market here, but the longer you stay here and kind of go around, everything here is built to support the military structure. Spartus is the wall that stands between the republics and a land invasion. And it is the areas from the coast to the border of the orchards of Mount Olympus are heavily guarded, patrolled, and filled with um, built fortifications.
Impressive.
Also becomes gravely more uncomfortable as she walks through the city and be like, "Oh, that's a lot of cien."
We're gonna pass like some group sparring, and Far's just gonna. She sees people fighting and like competing against each other. She's just gonna jump.
Yeah. It's not the majority of it is like a like competitive, like collegiate wrestling, like that Greco-Roman wrestling style with some strikes mixed in. And there are other sections where people are wielding wooden weapons, and there's not like the safety measure that they're taking is that they're wooden weapons, like and not like bronze or iron. Um, but they're like full contact sparring with like these wooden weapons and shields. as they don't believe in doing anything halfway. Go ahead and make just a general athletics check to see how you do over there.
Hmm.
I believe you have
21.
I believe you have expertise in athletics.
I do. 21.
Hell yeah.
21. Yeah, you fit right in. You win a couple of the wrestling matches, and actually have to tap out on one of them though. But it's a close, like it's that really good competition, where you really challenged yourself, right? And as a matter of fact, you gain 2 points of Nike piety
I knew it.
in doing so. Um,
Hey.
yes.
So close. 19.
19.
Yeah.
You'd be the first one to get to 25, I think.
Yeah, probably.
If you do it, I'm saying no one's done it yet.
Mhm.
I'm at 23.
I'm at
Um,
15.
You're at 15.
I do risky shit and I don't get
Yep.
pieties. I have no idea. Wait, where am I at? Oh yeah, I got one. So
You
Y'all
should
got one
have
today.
you should have at least 10.
Yeah,
I think I have
11.
11 right now
You have 11.
because of the one we just all got.
Yeah. Um. Um. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah. So you wanted to go see the general, or
If he's available.
I
If it's
mean,
only so.
sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, if only we had a way to send him a message to ask him if he's available to seek an audience with us.
Artanis.
Sorry, my audio cut out. What was that?
Oh,
Yeah.
How
I was
very
asking.
convenient.
You guys have been kind of spending the afternoon in the city. Did you want to go see the general?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And so Ossel was making a suggestion.
Maybe we should send him a message to let him know we're coming.
I can certainly do that.
Oh no, you can't do that because I told you right before we did the trip to spend all your spells to message all the senators. I'm sorry. How
But I
foolish.
didn't do that, so.
You disobeyed direct orders from your captain. Insurrection. Going to jail.
Mutiny. So you send a message to the general, and he says, I expected you would come with the allure of the ships. I do have some duties to attend to, but I would like to invite your party to dinner um, at the amphitheater after sundown.
I graciously accept his offer via another sending and share that with the group.
What's an amphitheater?
It's a big arena.
Is there going to be a
Alright.
competition at the arena?
Gonna be what at the arena?
Is there going to be a competition? Like, why in the amphitheater?
I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, dope. I'm in.
Later that evening, you arrive at the palace and are escorted by elite Spartan soldiers to the back amphitheater, where you see sitting at a large table that's been put out at the center of the amphitheater. As I pull up his General Ergoroth Thundercaller, as he stands as you arrive and gives you a traditional Spartan salute with his hand on his chest and says, "Welcome. I have had them prepare a meal for us." And he comes up to greet all of you.
General, nice to see you again.
The pleasure is mine. Allow me to get this out of the way ahead of time so as not to spoil our company tonight. Um, there is nothing you can do, say, or offer me that will sway my judgment to my coming visit to your island. I do not say that this is the intention of your visit, but I wanted to make sure of my disposition up front.
Appreciate your candor.
With those
He didn't brood into the
unpleasantries,
sunset after he said that, so
he says,
insight.
he says, with those unpleasantries out of the way, perhaps we can enjoy each other's company. And he stares off and broodingly
There you go.
into the starlit sky and says, I enjoy eating under a starlit sky.
Well, then perhaps
Smolder.
you'll enjoy this offering to share at your dinner table of fresh pomegranates that I reveal inside the refrigeration case.
I am unfamiliar with this produce.
One of our finest fruits.
Dom is one of our finest fruits.
I
Yeah.
accept.
You're fucking killing me.
Fresh pomegranates.
Yes,
I-
indeed. Tom is one of your finest fruits.
Yep, he truly is.
You
I am
take from
indeed.
it what you will.
I am indeed interested as to how you kept this fresh on your journey from Aspida.
A new invention of my own design. This crate would help keep perishable food items fresh for many days, if not longer. Could be very useful both in trade as well as fortifying supply lines.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Ooh, I am rolling hot today. What is my modifier? Did my audio cut out again?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't hear you the result.
Oh, 24.
24. The general stares off into the middle distance for a minute and then comes back to you and says, out of curiosity, how many of these crates do you think you could produce in how fast time period?
Let me go back to my notes.
What is your throughput, Artanis?
Okay, that is part of the notes that I lost. I think he said it was like a day per square foot or something like that. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. So yeah, I'll tell him that that's about the speed at which I can produce them. 5 days per 5-foot crate.
Indeed. And if I were to potentially, once you joined the Republic, supply you with a certain number of crates, what kind of cost would one incur for such a thing?
I think that we could work out a mutually beneficial discount, given the time involved and the limited speed at which they could be created. I was thinking in the general marketplace, something like in the neighborhood of 500 gold per such crate, but for Republic allies, perhaps half that.
He strokes his chin a little bit and says, I look forward to my trip to your island. I have heard that with the storm cleared, its natural beauty has been revealed.
We look forward to welcoming you. There's been much growth and progress since then. We're quite proud of the work.
He turns to you, Farah, and says, I will admit your reputation precedes you. I am aware of you.
Oh, should I do the song?
Thank you, General. I'm aware of you too. Your reputation is far greater, and the fact that my name has come to your ears is humbling.
My condolences on the loss of your city, though my congratulations on your brilliant defense of it against superior odds. It was impressive that you held out as long as you did.
I suppose.
I pray to Hercules for the day that your homeland is returned to you, or should I say that you are able to reclaim it.
Thank you. Perhaps we shall work together to do that.
Perhaps one day. And he turns to you, Ossel, and says, "Did you find anything to your liking from our salvage?"
Appears a few, or we made a few purchases. We did. They're gonna need a bit of cleaning and repair, but I don't think a little bit of tender love and care can't make them fine war vessels if need be.
Indeed, an island nation such as your own will be in need of a strong and militarized navy.
That is the plan. We just had such an influx of amazing warriors from my homeland.
Indeed, my scouts informed me of the mass travel. I understand that dwarven sailors are second to none.
I would say that's quite accurate.
And as so you master the sea, Spartans master the land.
A force to be reckoned with.
I must admit, with no animosity, that I always wondered how I would fare against Dwarven Raider. I was interested when last we met. The duel your brother fought was most intriguing to me.
Maybe in due time I could give you a bit of a show.
Indeed, such an environment is not the place for such things. Please, sit. As you see, as food is being brought in, all of it is extremely fresh, local stuff that is very healthily prepared. Um, uh, uh, of a variety of there is meat, there are vegetables, fruits, salads, but all prepared in a very healthy manner. As you go through the night, the general is you can almost, with your passive insights, see is trying to keep the conversation at a interpersonal sort of fun level, not trying to bring business into it too much. Do any of you try to direct the conversation in a certain manner, or are you happy to just enjoy the general's company?
Also does something a little bit sly. She kind of goes, not used to eating outside, and she kind of slips her the choker of Beast Bond off that has the black dragon scale, not the black, the shadow dragon scale and the green dragon scale on it.
Yeah.
And she kind of just takes it off and makes sure that the scales are presented like quite obviously, and kind of puts it down and just continues her meal.
I'm gonna make a perception check. Hold on.
Amazing.
Not proficient in perception.
Not terrible.
Not terrible though. He says, if I'm not mistaken, I was told that the warriors of your people enjoy taking trophies. Are those two such?
Excuse me. Oh, that's good.
What's Ossel munching on?
She has like some kind of foul leg, and she just got a bit of gristle, and she's just like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I'm not gonna swallow that. Let's go.
Yeah.
We're gonna just put that back." Yeah, I believe, Artanis, if my memory serves, you killed that one, the black one, and then the green one. He was suspiciously close to home. If you don't mind me bringing the conversation a little bit more sour. It seemed our Eastern Iron was quite... Yes, it was quite plagued with green dragon, which we had to fell that off.
Artanis, did your audio cut out again?
No, so what? I thought you were talking to the general.
He was, but
I am.
she said...
I'm trying to bolster... I'm bolstering you. I'm trying to bolster us as like a group.
Yeah, I think she was saying, like, I believe it was you that slew the shadow dragon.
Well, I was fortunate to land the final blow, but certainly our group as a whole is quite resourceful.
That is quite impressive. Many soldier and adventurer may go their entire lives without coming across such a valiant challenge. To have even faced these beasts and survive is impressive.
I hope that green dragon didn't give your sailors any trouble in any capacity before we found it and slew it ourselves.
You must tell me. And he's like begging you to in great detail describe both encounters. Wanting Artanis, also, and Artanis, the ones who made the final blows, to, in great detail, describe their moment of triumph.
Oh no, Pharaoh was in no small part a key aspect to the element of slaying that green dragon. That without any loyalty or reason, she risked life and limb. I think Pharaoh should give it the once over.
Whoever wants to can make a performance check on whoever's telling this story. Whoever steps up to tell the stories.
I can do it. Do this. I don't think I've ever used the Blade Singer performance.
Are you proficient in performance?
Yeah, that's
Nice.
a Blade Singer thing.
Yep.
Nice. Telling a story.
Farah definitely tries to kick Ossel's leg under the table. But her legs are too short, so she winds up kicking the chair leg.
17.
17. The general Thundercaller is enthralled, and is hanging on every description of the movement of your blade, and is like asking questions about technique and like what the dragon was doing.
I enhance the story with little prestidigitation sparks and things like that.
At the end of the story, he thumbs under his, which is much more ceremonial, like just a breastplate over his like very finely made toga. But pulls out a chain, and under which you can see there's a large tooth and a azure blue scale attached to it. And he says, I was fortunate enough. This beast, the story of my victory over it, is what won me my generalship.
Please enlighten us.
Would you like to hear the tale? And he stares off.
Oh,
fuck.
Now, when he stares off, do we time wipe to a much younger general?
Yeah, still much younger General Ergoroth, looking resplendent in his Spartan
Hey,
armor,
Dendro, good to see
giant
you.
circular shield,
Welcome.
and
How you
spear.
doing?
Eating air
As
granites.
uh,
Hope you've been doing
yes,
well.
as he explains to you the fight he had with a young adult blue dragon on the coasts of Spartus, where he lost half of his company, but was able to drive his spear into the for the final blow into this, as he describes in great detail, this one weak spot that he spotted, um, uh, describing all these maneuvers that he made as he is a battle master fighter, and tactics that he used with his company in order to slay this dragon who had been disrupting their supply lines and trade lines for weeks at a time. It's what got him into the command structure of Spartus, and he was able to, with the celebrity that came with that victory, kind of helped him get to the generalship of Spartus.
Did he manage to strike it where the two rivers meet?
Indeed, he did. As
That-
the oh, sorry, go ahead.
Was it on like the waves or like or was just harassing the coastline?
It was like harassing the coastline and their trade like ships that were going in and out. Like it was
Oh, okay.
essentially doing piracy, but because it's a dragon, you don't call it that.
Dragonacy.
Good.
Yeah. But he
Dragons are
tracked it.
pirates.
They tracked it down to a beachside cave and got it to come out and face it. So he was literally facing it like shin deep in the surf,
Oh, thank
like
you very much.
like,
Good to see you.
like skin glistening from the splash of the
Having shenanigans
spray
here.
of the ocean.
I had my monk fight last week, so people
As
are
he
doing
paints a
nice
word
stuff.
picture for you.
The wave crashing up behind him, like
Slow motion.
Indeed,
Yeah,
his
like-
prayers to Poseidon.
That one Japanese
answered.
painting in the background, just
Foam delicately landing upon me. I think
His
I've heard this story before.
Yeah, his prayers to Poseidon answered as his footing was kept sure underneath him. You're getting the sense from this conversation that the general appears to be a fairly devout man.
That's good.
Is there anywhere else specific you guys would like to steer the conversation before the evening comes to an end?
Sounds like your piety has been rewarded many times over and well deserved.
The gods are to be feared and respected, and I try to honor them in the appropriate times and places.
As should we all. And I try to direct the conversation towards, essentially what he knows about the movements of the clanless.
He says, I will admit normally I wouldn't share such vital military information with someone who wasn't an official ally, but I have good reason to trust you with this information, I feel. From what my scouts have been able to gather, there's been, outside of us finding these ships, it wasn't all at once. Some will appear, and then we'll collect some more, and some more here and there, and it would appear that there are large cells, I guess I would call it. I wouldn't want to sully it by calling it large clans, but large cells of clanless traveling west from the deadening wood around Olympus into the Raffel timberlands. Um, they started to cease their travel south of Olympus through our territory once a few of these cells were wiped out by my Spartans.
Well, congratulations to your people for dealing with such a onerous group. We fear that this movement is calculated for some greater mischief.
What kind of mischief? Something I should be concerned with?
Perhaps. We have, through our recent efforts, along which we slew that shadow dragon, struck a treaty with the dwarves of Ethmond. And it's curious that so soon after striking such a treaty, at the Empire's expense, in some ways, that suddenly clanless dwarves would be making their way to position themselves between near to Ethmond and between Aspida and Telrune. I suspect that if they are up to something, it may be to impersonate the good dwarves of Ethmond and tarnish their name.
Well, that would be, and as he's kind of thinking through his thoughts, someone comes in and hands a scroll off to him. I'd like the three of you at the table to make perception checks.
Oh man, that's cocked.
Fire.
That's the
So-
same roll.
So good, Ossel?
26.
26. Farah?
Do I still get advantage? Am I really holding my shield at the dinner table? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's, well, yes, I'm not going to take it away from you. Yeah. You
All
got it.
right. Well, I don't think I'm gonna get.
I mean, like, to be fair, would she not?
Natural 20?
Hell yeah.
Nice. Artanis?
21.
21. So all of you see as this Spartan hands over this scroll to the general, the seal on it is that of the Emperor of Calcaria. And he looks at it, looks at the seal, looks up at the Spartan, and then opens it and starts reading. Farah, with your natural 20, I'm going to give you some insight too, as the general's look goes from some kind of worry to one of a little bit of befuddlement and kind of like yeah, that makes sense. As he says, he looks up at all of you who are kind of like staring at him and says, this would have been waiting for you at home anyway. And he kind of tosses it into the table for you to read. As Donald, as we kind of do like a Family Guy cut to you reading this same exact letter back on Aspida. But it is essentially an official proclamation from the office of the Emperor of Calcaria, denouncing and detainting and exiling Porcia, wherever she may be for her acts in the lands of Ethmond. and
Yeah.
officially.
So political bullshit that the wise will see through. Hopefully.
You can interpret it as you will. I mean, you don't.
Political bullshit, period.
Um.
I mean, they have to denounce her, otherwise that we could be like, yeah, well, you fucking invaded our lands and try to steal our shit and get this codex, and then, that gives them an so we denounce this.
The thing goes on to say that the actions that she took in Athemon were not authorized by the Emperor, and she acted in a rogue fashion.
I will mention to the general, thank you for sharing this, and
I mean, it's information that's waiting for you at home, I imagine, anyway.
still, the courtesy is appreciated. While it's certainly possible, maybe even probable, that the Emperor had no knowledge of Porcia's actions, I can confirm that Agrippa endorsed it fully and directed it.
I'm unaware of what activities they are denouncing, to be quite honest.
So in the mines, Artana, should you do your finger wiggles and make this a private conversation?
That is a good suggestion.
I'm sorry, you're what?
He does
Would
finger
you-
wiggles. He does magic.
Would you mind if I cast a spell that would ensure that this space is safe from scrying eyes? Magical scrying?
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh, that's a natural one.
He says, respectfully, I would ask that you not cast such powerful magics within the palace.
Fair enough. Do you have a space in which that is magically protected from such things that we may discuss safely?
Certainly, it is. The meal is over. We can retire to my private quarters. And he escorts you to what is less of a throne room and more of an officer's office. There is a huge table in the middle that is just a giant war map with like force counts and locations and of not just his troops, but it is a map of it is this map.
Huh. Very
Um,
cool.
and there is a desk behind the huge table with papers all over it and tomes on battle strategy and tactics, as well as walls of like the different treatises on essentially martial conflict. Like when facing this enemy, these formations, so on and so forth. Everybody can make another perception check for me as you guys are standing around the table.
21 again.
10.
21, 10,
14.
14. Artanis, if this is accurate, Calcarian forces are probably double the size they were when they invaded Telrune previously.
That's concerning.
They have thousands of troops spread out across the baronies of the Rafel Timberlands, the High Hill Peninsula, Ultak, Al Ruam, and stationed in Calcaria itself. Like probably 4 to 5 times probably actually bigger than that. Like 6, 7, 8 times the military force of Aspida at the moment. Spread out over an empire that they have to look after. But if the full force of their military power was brought to bear, no single military force could stand against it. Not even the dwarves, if they were to put all of the victorious dead into it.
Concerning, but unfortunately not terribly surprising.
There is a disproportionate amount of forces, if this is accurate, in High Hill at the moment.
Is this isn't like something I'm sneaking a peek at, right? Like this is out in the open?
Yeah.
Okay.
As you guys come into the room, he says, this room is as magically secure as the practitioners of Spartus can make it.
Thank you. And I gesture at the map. Seems that the might of the Empire could only be withstood by strong alliances.
Indeed. Hence the reticence for some of the republics to add new members.
Well,
not all addition is addition.
and unfortunately, sitting on the sidelines can also simply be empowering a future enemy. And then I start to essentially explain to it, like the last time we met with the leaders of the Republic, they already knew about the codices and all of that, right?
They don't know about the ones the dwarves told you about.
Right, but they did know about the
They know
Codex
about
Multis.
yeah, that was revealed in that first council meeting where the discussion of your joining the republics was discussed.
Right. So I explained to him that as we had discussed when we last met with the leaders of the Republic, we went to Ethmond to learn more about this codex, and we were allowed deep into the halls to find it. And as we arrived, we found a contingent of supposed negotiators for the Empire, which was also used as a cover to sneak some of their agents uninvited into the halls as well to find the Codex. And Porcia was one of them, and the leader of them, in fact.
This would explain why the Empire wishes to distance themselves from this woman.
It would
That is
make
correct.
sense, as that would accepting it would only galvanize people to resist them. We came upon Porcia and her crew, and they attempted to kill us and failed. And instead, they were the ones who fell. And as part of a piece of magic that was taught to me by the great philosophers of Ralos, I was able to have a view into her past, and particularly a meeting with Agrippa, where he essentially directed her to recover this codex for him so that he could use it to unleash whatever his plot is. And perhaps that may be against the Emperor himself, but certainly would have resulted in further conquests by the Empire.
Make an insight check, Artanis. Actually, all of you make an insight check.
Against Artanis?
13.
Dirty 20.
Insight 24, natural 20, 24.
Nice. So you guys that rolled well get the sense that he got most of that. A lot of the magic stuff probably went over his head. But he says, well, when my enemies are fighting themselves, I welcome that. So
I don't disagree, but the one way or another, the Empire means to conquer everyone. And once that infighting ends, the one left standing will continue that quest.
and that is a bridge we shall have to cross when we come to it, as I do not think we could win an invasion of Calcaria.
I don't suggest an invasion of Calcaria. I just suggest that we be aware of current events, as you clearly already are, and I gesture to the map, and plan accordingly for that bridge when it does arrive.
Well, the amount of preparation that you have made will be revealed to me in October.
Certainly will.
He gestures to the map and he says, and points to High Hill and says, the Emancipation has been giving them trouble.
And hopefully it can continue to do so.
Apparently, this Agrippa has promised to solve this problem for the Emperor too.
That's very concerning. I don't know how we can help them, but certainly Agrippa gaining more magically talented followers while secretly gaining the confidence of the Emperor doesn't bode well for anyone. If we could somehow find a way to spoil his plans, perhaps that could continue the infighting for a bit longer.
Well, there certainly doesn't seem to be open infighting hostility at the moment.
My audio cut out again, I think.
He says there doesn't seem to be any openly hostile interior fighting at the moment. Outside of that small setback with the dwarves, Agrippa is still the Emperor's top advisor and favorite problem solver.
If he were to fail to solve a problem, perhaps that would cause a little bit of infighting.
Certainly wouldn't be good. I know that I wouldn't dare to venture a prediction as to exactly what the fallout would be.
I don't like that we're calling people standing up for themselves problems. Just putting that out there.
No, I think
Well-
we're saying that Calcaria is calling that a problem.
I know. I just don't like the wording. Sorry.
Agreed.
Also, on the war map, how's Aspida looking? Like, how many forces and ships do we got over there?
The smallest one on the board.
Yeah, that tracks.
Is it? But is it like accurate?
It doesn't have the treants on there.
Does it at least have like a really sparkly color?
It does
Well,
not. No.
It's got like a little figurine, but it definitely has our flag on it, so that's cool.
Yep, it does. It does have a little figurine with your flag on it. One represents the Aspidon Rangers. The other one, the newer one, looks like it represents the Marines that just arrived. The general says, well, I have to get up early. Soldier's job starts with the sun. As Apollo rides his chariot across the sky, and I bid you a good night. I have made quarters available for you here in the palace.
Thank you for your kind hospitality.
With that, we jump back to the island, pretty much to the end of June. And if there isn't any last minute things that you guys want to get done in June, we'll probably pick up there next week. Yeah, no, it's not the 20th yet. Next week.
Okay.
So we'll pick up there next week, beginning of July, with your monastery about to be finished and the stables and livery about to be finished.
Can I just quickly send a Finnan and say Agrippa is being sent? Be as careful as you can.
Sure. The the response is like personally.
Yes. As I burn another sending for one
He
more.
loves doing this to you. He loves doing this to you. It's fully on purpose, and I love that Artanis hasn't figured it out yet. But yeah, he's yes. He says, "Thanks for the heads up. How are things with you?"
No response.
No.
Fair.
I have no more spell slots. This is the message. You get 15 more words, and that's it. Don't reply.
So beginning of July will be the beginning of a new season, so you guys will have to pay upkeep costs.
That's fine. We've got money.
And if you want to alter or upgrade any of your units, you can do that at the beginning of July, and that will take place over the course of the summer season. You can increase their gear from light to medium, heavy, or super heavy, which essentially makes them hit harder and be harder to be hit. Or you can also change a unit from one kind to another kind. So you could change like an infantry unit to a cavalry unit, an archery unit, a flying cavalry unit. With your stable being finished about the same time, you could turn them into flying cavalry with the griffins that you have access to on the island.
Damn. That would be
We have to
cool.
roll for that shit, or is that just like something that happens?
It's a monetary cost.
Yeah, we have to pay the difference in cost between.
So you have
the
to
two of them.
pay. So you would have to pay the normal upgrade cost plus the difference in cost from the old unit to the new unit.
I thought I was gonna have to like make giant mouse traps to catch these fucking griffins.
No, it's just something that you like. you are able to do this. Like it's you have the manpower and the training to do it. So
Jesus, the Treants really push our upkeep costs up.
they do.
Yeah.
But it's a siege unit, and those
Yeah.
aren't easy to come by.
Yeah, I figure those are the only ones we're gonna get for a while.
What's the cost of a flying cavalry versus a regular cavalry?
Hold on.
I think we settled last time that we wanted to turn the Rangers into medium archers and up
Yeah.
their size, right?
I believe that is what we decided.
So
That is before we spent like
the
10,000 gold on ships, though.
the
True.
But we
current
still have the money for that, and hopefully our market will start bringing some coin in by the time we have to pay more upkeep.
the current Aspen and Rangers upkeep cost is 222. To change them to medium archers, that's a size bigger, would up their cost to 428. To change them to flying cavalry, that's a size bigger with medium armor, or medium equipment, I should say, would up their cost to 530.
Oh fuck! I forgot to factor in keep it or the temple and tower upkeep into this as well.
That also requires upkeep.
Uh huh. So we're at 1,700 gold of upkeep
Per season. So
yeah.
that's 4 times a year.
Well, hopefully our market will fucking make more than we pay in upkeep.
Either that or we need to go adventuring more
Yeah, we
Leave
really
and-
fucking do.
and leave our island again.
Look, if we want to leave the island, we got to make sure that it's not going to get murderized by the Empire the second we leave.
Talk is right there, guys. One quick raiding trip, no problem.
Like, okay, I've been meaning to clarify this, Bill. Ultok, because there's Kalkarian soldiers in Ultok,
Yes.
but Ultok's not formally allied with the Empire, right?
Ultok is owned by the Empire.
Yeah.
There are
Puppet chieftains.
Kalkari. Yeah, they installed puppet chieftains. They are like
I want
they
puppet
are.
chieftain.
They're not just puppet chieftains though. They are officially. They've installed governors from among the people there. But they are like part of Kalkaria. It is
Okay.
Kalkaria.
Okay, so if we raid them, then Kalkaria has reason to like
That
come
would
and
be
fucking
that would
murder
be
us.
that would be raiding Kalkaria.
Yeah.
If they could trace it back to you, then that would be an act of war. Yeah.
Well, I don't think they're gonna
Well,
have a
not
problem
necessarily-
tracing it back to us.
Well, it depends, right? Because the dwarves have been raiding the northern Kalkarian outposts for centuries at this point. But they never seem to poke at the beast enough that they retaliate militarily. Like they have clashes and stuff, and their forces are up there, and they like when dwarves raid, it's an act of combat, but it's like they haven't made a move to invade dwarven lands. It's more of like a police action for them up there. But if
Dwarves also have somewhere to retreat to.
that and the dwarves' military forces are save Kalkaria is probably the second biggest in the known world. So they have a little bit. It's almost like we got nukes too. So like you got more, but we also got like you know what I mean. Like they're big enough to where it would be a thing for Kalkaria to like invade, right? To where you don't really have that deterrent for them. So if they were able to trade the raids back to you, then that would be give them all the justification that they needed politically to attack you. And even if you were Republic members, it would be enough for Republic leaders to not be like they could reasonably refuse to come to your aid as part of the defensive
Yeah.
pact because you initiated the combat, essentially, right? The conflict,
Yeah.
because it's a defensive pact.
But we just got a bunch of clanless ships.
We don't have that many clanless ships.
We got enough to look like clanless, though.
I feel like this is a bad idea.
That's a great idea.
That
No.
response right there tells me that you can be convinced, though, Donald.
Like, I'm down to fuck up Calcaria, but
Well,
that's a
here's the thing
bad
with Ultak,
idea.
though. They also have their own military force. Like each city, Bazarkul,
I'm not gonna go raid a city.
Vatu,
That's ridiculous.
and Gazog each have their own sizable military forces that were employed in the Al Rawam conflict. So they're not green by any stretch of the imagination. These are veteran, Ultakian troops, well equipped, well provisioned, well trained.
Sorry.
They
Thank you.
essentially got absorbed into the Calcarian military. So, but sorry, go ahead.
There's only one more land to raid, then, guys.
We're not raiding the republics.
That's incorrect.
We're not raiding Telrune either.
We're gonna raid them with love.
What does that even mean?
It's gonna be like Care Bears. We're gonna attack them with Care Bear stairs.
That's be your next invention, Artanis. The Care Bear stare.
So
We could go after the clanless. Are they?
you guys have a lot of decisions to make on the direction that you're gonna go. What kind of strings you're gonna pull on, what paths you want to walk down. With winter, when essentially for winter, those are plans that you have to make for winter.
Winter is coming.
That's when you would do it, though, because you can't really leave the island until the general comes and does his inspection.
Bill, can you give me the world map again?
The world map? Is that not?
Please.
Sorry,
No, we're on Aspida right now.
Sorry, I thought I switched it over. My apologies.
But going into the Rafael Timberlands would be Calcaria domain, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here, basically, I'm going to try and draw. Calcaria owns
everything west of Olympia, except for
everything to the southwest of that. Well, that's actually not true because they own over here too. So this side of that river. So
we own Mount Olympus. Yeah.
Well, save Mount Olympus, obviously, but yeah, they own basically everything southwest of that. That's Calcaria at the moment.
I'm just worried about that. We run out of funds, and it's like, oh, now you're fucking impoverished. you made too many Toki stones.
If you run out of funds, units start disbanding, and your infrastructure begins to crumble, and your population begins to diminish.
Like, as long as we can hold on until we start getting income. So as long as we don't spend 8,000 gold or...
Well, technically at the beginning
That's 600 gold. 6,000 gold.
at the end of the summer season, when if you were decided to upgrade your troops when their upgrade finished, so June, wait, it's January. Yeah, so when your troops were finished upgrading, you would roll for the first time for the market, essentially. Like when we get
Right.
to fall, essentially, you would roll for October. You would roll for the first time for your market to see how much it earns you.
No, our 10 is you keep your fingers crossed that those fucking Domogranettes sell like hotcakes.
Well, no, that legit. You guys have been making a lot of moves, so that's gonna significantly mess with the DC and stuff. So, and how much you can earn. So, and now you've got a ton of ships too. That you've just picked up a ton of ships as the same time as your market's coming online. So,
I mean, if it's a day to Spartus.
let me put it if I can just put it as bluntly as possible, the odds will be in your favor, certainly.
Cool.
I mean, I wouldn't expect adventure money from it, but
Enough to pay our upkeep at least.
certainly,
Dope.
unless you roll really shit. In
We
which
can start
case,
renting out rooms at
because
the
I
keep.
will say, if you roll real shit, it's negative, like you're in the red, so it costs money.
Mm.
Great. Okay, well,
Yeah, but now we have.
I don't like
we
this
have, like,
stock market role play we're doing.
Guys, now we have like commodities though. Like we have like see the fucking cold box and like see the green dragon skull. Like people are gonna come for attractions too. We're gonna get a Ferris
Can we
wheel.
make
It's gonna be great.
Disneyland? Can we make?
You can certainly make Disneyland.
Sweet.
Mom, I want to ride the Trians.
God.
Oh, hello there, little one. Hold on.
What the fuck?
It was Treebeard.
Yeah.
How do we make that crazy Star Wars experience where rich people will come spend insane amounts of money to just stay at our resort for a day?
Well, you're the guy that makes fucking lightsabers, so get on it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Start bringing the way of the arcane blade fucking outside, so rich people can have lightsabers.
Build up our fight club.
Mm-hmm.
Charge people for admission.
Hey, if you were to have some sort of like holiday with an event for people to come to, that would probably increase the.
I'm working on it. The Olympics take time to plan. I said I was getting started on the back in May, though.
I know, I'm just busting your chops.
But I know this is like the this is just an aside because we have made a law for murder, correct?
Yes.
Very
Murder and
important.
haircuts.
Okay.
We
Those
have a
two
code of
things.
laws now, right, Bill?
What's that?
We have a code of laws now.
Oh, for sure.
Cool.
All right.
Yes,
They
we've
are,
made a law for
like,
murder.
mechanically, they are just what you say they are.
Right.
Like, because I'm not going to make you write a code of laws.
Thank you.
But
Also writes
like
a very
in a moment, you can just decide this is against the law. I'm giving you that much power and authority, especially on your own.
that's
island.
good. Also writes a very, very strongly worded warning to the head of the HOA that she needs to fix her hair. This is her first, last, and final warning, and if she does not fix her shit, a fine will be paid on her.
You
One
can't
day.
people for their attitude.
And you shame me for mine all the time because I'm like, oh, I want to burn stuff and rain things. And
Shame,
you're
but
like,
not
"Also,
fine."
I don't charge you money for it, though.
Yeah, but she was atrocious. So
Who are you?
I have 1 gold on me. Do you want it?
No,
All right.
it's because I don't find people for their atrocious.
You might have more money if you
I
did.
believe if you look under subsection 7.
If we had a gold
it's
for
right
every
there.
time Osel said this, we have plenty more for the treasury.
If we had a gold piece every time also wanted to burn something.
Maybe that's what you guys could do instead of a swear jar.
Your
you
jar,
can
it's a
have
burn jar.
you can have- it's an arson jar.
Arson jar.
Every time you commit arson, you have to put a platinum in the jar.
Beautiful.
Except also doesn't have any money.
So she can't commit any arson at the moment.
Correct. You can't charge me for committing arson. That's way too different. That's why they offer you a $1,000 fine or jail time.
But I'm interested to see. There's a lot of threads out there for you guys to pull on, so I'm interested to see which direction you go.
I still think it's old talk, but we'll have to see what our adventurers come back with. I don't know. Old talk or
Yeah.
high hill?
Did it actually happen, Bill?
What's that?
When I set out an adventurer's wanted, bring us cool magic shit. Reward.
No, it's gonna happen. We're gonna run that one shot. It's gonna be the one I do for Lindsay.
All right, cool.
I just gotta basically probably in like.
Shit, we have to save some money for that too. Fuck!
Yeah.
I shouldn't have given you so much to buy ships. God damn it.
2,000
You
gold.
got
That
750 back.
was what you put on the what you put on the poster, also.
God fucking damn it. I'm gonna have to go become an apple runner to pay our bills.
God.
I can do it. I'm pretty fast.
I totally forgot. Wow, I can't believe I forgot that. The general presented you with a gift for your diplomatic visit, which is it's a very means a lot to their people. It is a greater healing potion.
Ooh. Very
How much can we
nice.
sell it for?
We're not putting it on eBay for.
We cannot
guys-
put our
But
diplomatic gifts on
this
eBay.
is like their proprietary like thing that they produce because they have the apple runners. So like is like, and it's almost every healing potion that they produce is earmarked for the military. So it's like this is a very impressive gift.
Damn.
But yes, the we're gonna pick like a Saturday or a Sunday in like May or something, or maybe a little bit sooner, and so you all have a chance to be available for it, whoever can make it, and you guys can create third level characters for this one shot that'll start in Meridia, and you guys go to find some sort of magic item to bring to the rulers of Aspida.
Okay.
If nothing else, I want to see the VOD for this, just for Bill's attempt at playing Ossel. I prefer to be there if I can, but
That would be.
I'll also be like, oh, wait, you're from other... Where are you from? Oh, that's very neat. Dead.
Instead of paying them the 2,000 gold, you just kill all of them?
100% an awesome thing she would do. Wait, pay them. We don't have the money. All right, then murder it is.
Awesome. That's so cool.
I want to show you something in my forest real quick. We have a little problem I need you to take care of. The tree, it's just squish. Welcome to D&D, guys.
He's a psychopath.
Well, I think with
basically.
that, I should
Yes.
probably end my stream.
Oh, we're still on the internet?
Yes.
Been on the internet, buddy.
Oh man, thank y'all for joining us. I'll be back tomorrow. No, I'll be back on Friday for Misty Shore. I'm gonna send you to my friend Avanera, who's doing ATK roleplay. So until next time, y'all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Bye.
I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice hoarder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so